So once again, we have made the call for Pro Bracket to be in the lanes. My name is Jerry Lucky, and I've got Nolan in the tower with me. Nolan's going to be with me all day today. You had a late night last night, though, didn't you?
Late night indeed. We were out here way past 11. As I understand, some of our track staff were still operating past midnight as well, trying to make sure everything was in tip-top shape for this morning and, of course, our afternoon running. But I myself, I dipped just shy of the Top Fuel Dragster run. I wanted to beat the rush to the exits on that deal. I learned my lesson after sitting in 20 minutes trying to get out of here last year.
Yeah, same here. I remember that well. It was sort of unexpected, but it was great to see so many people on the property at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. And so hopefully all the people who were here last night, even though there was a tremendous amount of carnage, had a great time on the property. Speaking of carnage, though, yeah, I guess we have we're the beneficiaries today for some unscheduled surprises.
Indeed we are. As I understand, the Tomahawk Jeff Funning car, at the very least, is going to be attempting to make another pass. Of course, made a valiant effort to try to fire it up on the starting line, but 3 strikes and you're out. So they had to end up push the car back, and wasn't able to make that secondary hit last night. So they're going to be attempting to make another run at that this afternoon.
I know that they, what did they do? They hit 249 on their first pass, and so they were hoping to do 250. Well, I mean, it was 249 and change, and that's mighty close as far as I can think. So 250 is certainly in the cards, and look forward to seeing that run as well as the Darkside Top Fuel car.
Yesterday, we saw the Top Fuel Dragster team ended up making a hit. Only was able to get out to about 330 foot before they had to shut it off. They were hoping to make at least an 8th mile pass, so I think that's going to still be the goal to see if they can't get that up and running for this afternoon.
Did you see whether it was tire shake or just loss of traction? I was trying to catch it on the live stream, but it was a little hard to tell whether that was tire shake or not.
I'm thinking probably a little bit of both. I mean, I know the test that's on Friday, when it tried to make its launch, it went more up than it did forward, so it wasn't able to get off the line terribly well. And there's a bit of tire shake at the hitch, but he did try to power through it, and I think ended up having to shut it off at the 330 foot because of it. Gotcha.
All right, well, Nolan, I'll let you take a bit of a breather. Like I say, you were here late last night, and I'll get things going here with Pro Bracket as we start into the NHRA Summit ET Series race number 10. This is a points race. It's been a little while since these cars have been on track collecting points, and so they are all keen to get at it again as they collect points for the Race of Champions and Mission Finals coming up here later in September. So first 2 down track, Rob Monroe and James Dobson. On a qualifier, it is 1070 for Monroe and 1051 for the Camaro of James Dobson. Hey, attention in the pits. Last call for Pro Bracket. Last call for Pro Bracket to the lanes. Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket. We need you to the lanes. Here comes Don Almas and Rich Dyes. Everybody getting one qualifying hit here this morning. Almas goes 981 at 136 miles an hour, and Dyes 1448 at 117 miles an hour as Del Northgraves and Steve Baskerville roll into the beams. Pre-staged and staged. Del over here tower side in the Nova, and Steve in that ever-present VW Golf that has gone rounds based on consistency. 10:53 is the time for Northgraves, 126 miles an hour. Baskerville goes 11:63 at 115 miles an hour. Here comes Brian Heffel now and Mike Probin. Mike's in the White Nova over on the spectators side. Want to thank all of you race fans for joining us here this morning. If you're watching us online, great to have you along. So Heffel goes 939 on the TCS side of the racetrack, 143 miles an hour, 961 for Probens. Nova at 137 miles an hour. Stu Funk rolls up. S10 pickup with a single parachute. Stu rolling in ever so carefully and brings up the revs. You see the red light from time to time when qualifying, but of course that is not an issue as they are racing against the clock in this time trial session. 11:17 for Stu at 100 miles an hour and 11:67 for the pickup, 110 miles an hour. Sean Langley in from Linden, Washington, Mustang here Towerside, and Ryan Warder, Mustang in the other lane. $11.95 for Sean, $12.76 for Ryan. Eric Stone in the Chevy Malibu here on the Tower side. In the other lane, the Chevelle of Dylan Scott from Kamloops. Both cars checking out the track preparation. 10:20 for Stone, 131 miles an hour. 10:23 for Dylan at 128 miles per hour. Here's Dustin Brewington and Walter Johnson now. Wheels up launch for Brewington. Kennewick, Washington, runner out. Driving the black Camaro, goes 10:26 at 129 miles an hour. And Johnson in the Chevelle, 119 miles an hour, stops the clocks at 11.20. Here comes Brian Vader and Ross Walker. We are in qualifying here, the one qualifying session for the Summit ET Series Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. So Ross Walker having problems on the start, spinning the tires, not able to grab hold of the traction. 10:14 for the Dodge, 132 miles an hour, 17:01 for a coasting Ross Walker. We'll just wait for the top end to clear. Ross just turning off right now, so still under power, and we get set to send the next two. It's going to be Veronica Hodgson and Nick Ribello. Nick moving up from juniors a couple of years ago, driving that Buick Regal, and Veronica in the Dodge Dart. Well, Nick gets there with an 11:20, 118 miles an hour, and Veronica goes 12:30 at 109 miles an hour. Here come the next pair, Dennis Winton and James Taggart. James Taggart over on the spectator side, 1964 Ford Falcon. Dennis in the Chevy Bel Air that he calls Shaggy. Great reaction time for James, 007. He runs 10:56 126 miles an hour. Dennis Winton, 11.70 at 113 miles an hour. And here comes Grant Gordon and John Barrichello. So a lot of these racers have been in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket Point Series from the beginning of the year, collecting points for the final. And John having problems right at the hit. And you can see the drive shaft hanging loose from the rear end. So we'll have some serious repairs there. In the meantime, Grant Gordon ran a 12.17 at 109 miles an hour. So they'll have the start line crew and safety crew up there to survey the damage, and then they'll have to get him off the racetrack. So we'll be down for just a couple of minutes.
What the plan's going to be. Nope. Well, while we're down to see if we can't push John Barrichello off the racetrack, we'll be able to give some update as to what happened, or what's happening in regards to yesterday's program with the box, no box shootouts, and of course our Outlaw program. So the game plan for the box, no box shootout in particular, the no box guys are not going to be finishing their race today. They have decided to split the pod amongst the six of them that are left. The box shootout will be running their final round. They are splitting the pot amongst themselves, but they're running the final for the trophy. So honors will go to whoever wins that trophy. And then, of course, for the Outlaw program, Limited Street will be running their final today. Real Street will be finishing their program out today. Outlaw Street, obviously, only two of them. They had their final last night. Outlaw 275, since they still had a few rounds left in them, they are going to be finishing their race over in September at the Titanium Strip. So they will still be running that the rest of that program here, I believe, but it's not going to be today. It'll be later on in the season.
All right, so there we go. That's the lay of the land for what happened as a result of runs not completed last night. Thank you very much, Nolan. That better said by you than explained by me. I certainly appreciate that. And that will give us a game plan for the day as we continue to await a final run order. But we are in the midst of Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, and we have called Sportsman to the lanes. Hey, it looks like we are set to continue in this first and only qualifying session. John Barrichello will be taking that Dodge into the pits, and he'll have his work cut out for him, reconnecting the drive shaft. And so we pick up the action here with Richard Love over on the spectator side. .1063 is the time for Richard. Goes 125 miles an hour in the other lane. It was 11:76 as a time, 117 miles an hour as Cassie Tippy and Daryl Tippy roll up to the stage beams. Father-daughter. So Cassie and Daryl heading down track. Daryl runs a 10:64, and it's an 11:65 for Cassie. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Pro, need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro, need you to the lanes. Bring them up. Super Pro. So Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. And Super Pro, we're going to make a correction on that. Super Pro, no. We're not calling you to the lanes just yet. Box final. Box final. That's you, Keith. Box final. We're calling you to the lanes. So, Sportsman, you should be there, but Super Pro, hang tight for a little while. Box final, though. We need to make that run. It's Derek Johnstone and Dustin Hunter. Head down track. Hunter going just about 18 10,000ths red in the process, but getting a good time of 9:12, 146 miles an hour. And Derek Johnstone in the Chevy, 13:09, 100 miles an hour. Ron Walsh now rolls up in the Chevy Camaro. Blue Camaro here on the tower side. He is pre-staged. .958 for the Mopar, 138 miles an hour, and 10:24 for the Camaro, 131 miles an hour. Jim Benke now and Chris Stone. Chris Stone in the Dodge Dart, and Benke Plymouth Barracuda. .1008 and a 10:07. I'm not sure what their goal is, but Chris Stone just went a little bit red on that run, but still runs a 10:08 at 130. 10:07, 132 for Benke. Yeah, looking at Jim Benke's reaction time, it is a trip zip with 6 10,000ths on the end, so perfect reaction time by any stretch of the imagination. Rich Ray and Giovanni Elapesti. Giovanni in the pickup runs 149 miles an hour at 9:14. Rich Ray, 12:02 at 108 miles an hour. as Nick Douglas rolls up. And a pickup in the other lane. And I believe is Hans Vanderhusen. And that diesel pickup moves along pretty swiftly there. He stops the clocks at 9:22, 146 miles an hour. Douglas goes 11:87, 111 miles an hour. So now we're going to make the call for Super Pro, 2 lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro, we need you 2 lanes 5 and 6. Bring them up. Here's Lorenz Schwartz and Craig Johnson. Lorenz driving the Chevy Monte Carlo. 007 reaction time goes 132 miles an hour. Craig Johnson, 113 miles an hour. And the clock say 11:63. So now we roll into Sportsman. So we roll now into the Sportsman category. Big field of Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket got lots of cars and trucks. I suspect it'll be the same in Sportsman as Randy Hermson and Carson Barlow head down track. Randy goes 13:42 at 103 miles an hour in the Oldsmobile, and Carson in the C10, 13:50, 98 miles an hour. Brendan Piscatchik now and Cody Smith. Brendan in the Mustang here, tower side. Cody in the Dodge Magnum wagon. So Brendan goes 13:27, 101 miles an hour, 100 even. For Cody, 13:67, as Scott Wilson gets set to head down track. Calls that station wagon Charlie Brown, 81 Chevy. $12.37 at 110 miles an hour, 11:51, 99 miles an hour in the other lane. As Sidney Jung rolls up in the 81 Chevy. Say attention in the pits. The Super Pro, we have called you to 5 and 6. Hot Rod, we're going to call you now. Hot Rod to 1 and 2. And Super Combo, you are on standby. So Super Pro 5 and 6, Hot Rod 1 and 2, and Super Combo, you are on standby. Sydney stops the clocks at 11:98, 108 miles an hour. In the other lane, 98 miles an hour and a 13:46. As we just wait for the 2 cars to clear the top end before sending the next pair. One of those is Eric Hansen in the Dodge Dart. North Vancouver runner goes 1281, 103 miles an hour. So Tyler Dobson in the Camaro, the green Camaro on the Lordco side of the racetrack, goes 1184 at 117 miles an hour. And Rob Charlton over here in the Malibu, 1402, 97 miles an hour, as we are in the Sportsman category. So Gary Fawcett in the Plymouth, 1416 TCS lane at 95 miles an hour, and Roland Lowen in that 55 Meteor, 1275 at 102 miles an hour. Roland from Aldergrove. Asked him at Chapel this morning what made him pick that 55 Meteor, and he said, well, he's just always been a Ford fan. Steve Baskerville and Sylvia Hoogson on that pass. 11:55 for Steve in the Gulf. And Sylvia's Mustang runs 12:65 as Cody and Colin get set for their run. Sean Langley and Jeff Holman. Holman in the pickup. Langley in the Mustang goes 11.90 at 112 miles an hour. And Jeff Holman in the pickup goes 104 miles an hour and breaks the beams to a 12.62. Nick Douglas, Ryan Ledrette. Ryan from Maple Ridge, 71 Chevelle. Dodge Dart in the other lane. So Nick Douglas being the final Sportsman qualifier here this morning. And he will take that Dodge Dart. Runs an 1191 at 112 miles an hour, and we have got a final from yesterday. This is the final of box, so
Box final from yesterday.
you can take us through that. You can take us through the box final, Nolan. You were here. Sort of make it complete.
Well, we got Kevin McNichol lining it up over here. He'll be dialed in a 10:08 over in the TCS lane. Keith Peterson taking the Super Gas Mustang, lining it up over in the Lordco lane. Throttle stops will be in play for Peterson as he is dialed in bang on the 998 Knox. He was running the Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo category yesterday. I believe he's planning on running that today as well. Did not see much success in Super Combo throughout yesterday's program. He was eliminated early on. He is looking to have some more success here on this Sunday morning and what will turn out to be Sunday afternoon. As final prep are trying to get themselves all sorted on the line, and we'll take you through your Rad Torque Systems Electronics Shootout Final from Saturday.
Nervous man in the staging lanes on the motorcycle. That is Dean Peterson from Vancouver Island, and Dean used to drive that green Boss Hoss, and so has turned over the driving chores to son Keith. Sort of like Keith has not got enough on his plate running a junior dragster and a junior street car and West Coast Pro Mods. And so got Dad sitting there urging him on in a big way. So just working out some computer issues.
Dial-ins entered. Kevin McNichol will have the start line advantage by almost 0.2 of a second, about half a bulb's worth. McNichol staged. Peterson staged. And it's a pair of green lights on the tree. And I can tell you right now, it's going to be close at the top end. At the start line, separated by 2 thou. And at the top end, a double breakout will give it the way of Kevin McNichol. Keith Peterson under the dial by 16 thou. McNichol only by 4 thou under.
Hey, check out those reaction times. Kevin goes 008 and Keith 006. I mean, great reaction times on both drivers. So, yeah, definitely decided out at the top end. And margin of victory was, substantial. So, Justin Bond kicks off our Super Pro qualifying now. Final from yesterday is complete and in the books with the win light for Kevin McNichol. So, congratulations to Kevin and that team for all their hard work, and it has paid off today. So problems for the pickup. It is going to be a single for Justin Bond in this qualifier. .704, 187 miles an hour for Justin Bond and the start line crew. Seeing something on the start line that they were not happy with at all.
He's in the wrong class.
So we continue then in Super Pro. Brendan Rouse and Dustin Brewington, our next pair on the start line. A couple of Camaros, separated by a couple of generations. Rouse in the catch-22 goes 10:35. Dustin from Kennewick, Washington goes 10:27. So pre-stage now, Mike Stewart and Jeremy Soares. $732 for the Dragster at 181 miles an hour. $998 for the Chevy 2, 133 miles an hour. So attention in the pits, Super Combo. Super Combo, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. And Super Shifters, please stand by. Super Combo, 3 and 4. $10.14 for Martin Rochelle with a reaction time of 0:01.1. The other lane, 10:03 at 132 miles an hour. Great reaction time for both drivers. One on the good side of the red and one just under the bad side of the red. Kevin Garlick takes the Chevy Camaro down track, goes 894, 147 miles an hour. As Herman Chan rolls into the water box in his white Camaro. Gary Fisher from Bowser, BC. Herman Chan from Vancouver. Ford versus Chevy here. Camaro versus Pinto. Wheels up launch for that little Pinto. Stops the clocks at 9:20 at 145 miles an hour. Camaro goes 10:07. Herman Chan running 131 miles an hour. So Kim Jonkind in the Dragster, 816, 163 miles an hour. Little Chevy Monza goes 1016 rather, 132 miles an hour as John Tabak and Wes Vath roll up for their qualifying hit in Super Pro. Once again, we have called Super Combo to 3 and 4, and Super Shifters, you're on standby. So both drivers cutting the tree down a little bit there. Wes Vath goes 954 to 141 in the Firebird, and John Tabak in the S10, 1051, 127 miles an hour. Over on the spectator side, Jeff Bell and Richard Love here on the tower side. Bell goes 957 at 138 miles an hour, 126 miles an hour for Love at 126 miles an hour. 1066 was the time. Stephen Robert and Jan Christensen. Christensen doing double duty in the Chevy Nova and also in this Super Pro Dragster. Robert driving the 34 Chevy Roadster. Jan Christensen goes 789, 169 miles an hour, and Roberts goes 893. Hey, attention in the pits. Super Shifter, we need you to 5 and 6, please. Super Shifter, lanes 5 and 6, and Motorcycle, you are on standby. Craig Johnson in the 84 Oldsmobile Cutlass, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Of course, all these racers will come back in eliminations with dial-ins. 812 for the Dragster, 160 miles an hour. So with the dial-in, we will confirm the handicap start for the slower car, and all of that happens come elimination time. Craig Johnson running in 1166 on that run, 113 miles an hour. Anthony Katnick and Ted Buss. Next up at the line, Buss driving that 34 Ford Roadster. Chevy Power sitting out in front of him. Anthony in the little Mustang here on the tower side. So Ted Buss goes 908, 145 miles an hour, 990 for Anthony, 107 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I just want to remind all the Canada West Doorslammer drivers, you have a drivers meeting at 11 o'clock at Marcy's Trailer. 11 o'clock, you need to be at Marcy's Trailer. So just a 15-minute heads up on that one for you, all right? Drivers meeting for Canada West Doorslammers at Marcy's Trailer. 11 o'clock. Nick Angelucci ran a 1067 on that pass, 125 miles an hour, as we are in the hot rod category now. Moving through the qualifiers here. Everybody getting one qualifying session. Hot Rod Ken Hogue and Brad Owens. Ken in the Plymouth pickup. Tubbed out. Big tires on the back, and Brad Owens in the 55 Chevy. Brad Owens having a reaction time of 0:01, runs a 9:65 at 136 miles per hour. Ken Hogue distracted, or reaction time starting with a 3. That's never going to put you in good stead at the stripe. Goes 9:99 at 133 miles an hour in the pickup. Here comes Matt Warner now and Rob Hodgson. I keep talking about, I watched yesterday, Matt continues to lift those front wheels sky high. Needs some casters on the rear bumper. And he does it again. The car's set up to just launch that way. Rob Hodgson in the other lane takes the Plymouth to a 1067, 124 miles an hour, and the Mercury goes 1042, 126 miles an hour for Matt Warner. Don Almus now and Ryan Johnston. Don in the Dodge Dart, the purple Dart, hard to miss. Grandpa's rocking chair is what he's calling it. The other lane, Ryan all the way in from Manitoba. Sponsored by Investors Group, goes 837 in the Corvette, 163 miles an hour, 137 for the Dart at 977. Robin Rowe Sr. now and Larry Rodenizer as we continue to move through the hot rod category. Robin Rowe managing to do some corrective measures on the front end, launching too high on the car, that 31 Ford. Still lifting the wheels a little bit, but far more control as he goes 887, 148 miles an hour. 938 for the yellow Ford of Larry Rodenizer, 140 miles an hour. Here's Steve Wilson, 65 Acadian that he calls the Mooch. Had an interesting chat with Steve in the pits, but while he goes 008 on the tree, you look on the scoreboard, it's a perfect reaction time for the Dodge Dart in the other lane. Goes 98 miles an hour at 1343. The Mooch ran a 1024, 129, but a perfect reaction time down to 5 thousandths of a second. Mark Brenzinger launches the wheels up high for the out-of-time Nova. Goes 960 at 138 miles an hour. And in the other lane, the Lordco lane, 1451 at 91 miles an hour. John Sayer bringing his purple Dart to the start line against Jerry Brabander. So Jerry Brabander in the Chevy 2 goes 1057 at 124 miles an hour. It's an 1192 at 112 miles an hour for John Sayer's Dart. As we look back in the water box and see Jordan Almas. Burnout complete for the 69 CUDA. Kind of a low rider approach on that CUDA. The other lane, Jamie Wellwood behind the butterfly steering of a 32 Bantam. A Bantam altered with 565 cubic inch big block Chevy power up front. Jordan's got a 540 wedge. Sitting between the frame rails there. Detonator's Car Club. Altered versus Cuda, and the Altered goes 808, 163 miles an hour, and pops the chute. 906 for the Cuda, 151 miles an hour. Dustin Hunter rolls into the start line area in his 64 Ford Falcon. Andy Antle in the other lane, F100. A deceptively quick pickup. Goes 886, 150 miles an hour. And Dustin goes 910 on that qualifier, 147 miles an hour. So attention in the pits, motorcycle. We need motorcycle to lane 1. And then we need real street to the rear of staging. Real street to the rear of staging. And juniors, we're going to put you on standby. But motorcycle, lane 1, real street to the rear of staging, please. As Terry Charles and Dennis Winton make their qualifier here in the hot rod category. As some cars are double classing, we will see them more than once. 1013 for Charles in the 56 Chevy, 128 miles an hour. 1177 for Dennis Winton at 112 miles per hour. And here comes Sylvia Hoogston. Wheels up launch for John Van Coppel in that Chevy 2. On the Lordco side, Sylvia Hoogston in the Mustang. John goes 967, 138 miles an hour, 1274 for Sylvia at 106. So Blair Criddle over on the Lordco side of the racetrack in his 27 Ford T Roadster. Sponsored by Precision Performance. $9.93 for Criddle, 118 miles an hour. Little Chevy goes 89 miles an hour on the TCS side at 1486. Randy Hermson now and Tim Cordner. Tim over from Victoria in that gorgeous blue 55 Studebaker pickup. And Randy Hermson in the 58 Oldsmobile that he calls the Winged Behemoth. Cordner goes 10:28, 129 miles an hour, and 13:32 is the time for the Oldsmobile, 104 miles per hour. Rob Monroe now rolls up. That's Rob Monroe Jr. and Sean Langley. Rob Monroe in the Blue Acadian, sponsored by SD Performance, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, and Horizon Auto Body. In the other lane, up from Lyndon, Washington, Sean Langley in the Mustang. Goes 1/10,000th of a second red and runs an 1191 in the Mustang. 112 miles an hour. Rob Monroe in the Acadian, 1070 at 123 miles an hour. As Jim Benke rolls up, making a buy run here in Hot Rod. Benke in the Plymouth Cuda. Sponsored by Rad Torque and Titanium Auto Group. Already had one perfect reaction time mug awarded him today. And that time he turned it red. Goes 10:04 in the process, 132 miles an hour. So burnout's complete for Glenn Eagleton and Robert Love. Robert in the 67 Nova from Maple Ridge, sponsored by Lordco and BDL Auto. And Glenn Eagleton from Surrey in the purple and silver Corvette, sponsored by Corvette Specialties. We are now in Super Combo, qualifying session, one and only. So it'll be Love getting there first with a 9:04 at 119 miles an hour. 10:86 for Glenn, 134 miles an hour. And here comes Brandon Hutchinson and Jerry Epp. Again, you will be seeing throttle stops and delay boxes in action here in this category of Super Combo. A lot of these cars are built to run the 1090 index and use the throttle stop to slow them down so that they can do the top end at exactly when they want, and that should be about well, in the case of Brandon, that's a 990 car, and he runs at 985 at 151. And in the other lane, Jerry Epp, it's a 1090 car, goes 1089 at 151. Pay attention in the pits. Real Street, we need you to the lanes, please. Real Street, we need you to the lanes, and we have called Motorcycle to 1. Lane 1, Motorcycle. Real Street, though, we've called you to the lanes. And juniors, you are on standby. So Dan Parsons, Mark Downing made their runs there. 1091 for the Duster, the Quality Racing Duster, and 11:02 for the Malibu of Mark Downing as Keith Peterson rolls up in his gasser in the Super Combo category. Car set up to run in the 990s, that Boss Hoss Mustang. You do not see many Mustang Roadster bodies, and so great to see that one on the track. In the other lane, Steve Lowe. So again, you see the power come out of the cars as they time their run to be as close to their dial-in as possible. 996 is the time for Keith Peterson, 165. He'll want to be a little bit closer to 990 on that one, I think. 1086 for Steve Lowe in the Camaro, 151 miles an hour. As Martin Rochelle and Warren Jacobson roll up into the stage beams. Martin Rochelle in the 78 Malibu that he's been campaigning for a good number of years now. 1090 car is typically where he likes it to be. Warren Jacobson, same thing. Chevy 2 of Warren Jacobson. So they hit their green lights and are down track, and it will be a 1091 for Martin Rochelle. And Warren Jacobson goes 1088. Hey, attention in the pits. Juniors, Junior Dragster. We need Thunder to lane 1. Juniors, we need Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and Junior Street 3 and 4. So Juniors, Thunder, we need you in lane 1, Lightning in lane 2, and Junior Street 3 and 4. Rich Graves from Puyallup goes 1168, 118 miles an hour. In the other lane, 116 miles an hour for the backfiring Chevy. Al Weeb and John DePork. Alf in the Buick over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, and John in the Camaro here on the Tower side, the TCS lane. So Weeb has a 001 reaction time, runs a 10:39 on that qualifier, as we are now in BC Super Shifters, 866,000 foot time, but he goes 10:39 at 129 miles an hour, 10:27 for the Chevy Camaro of John DePork at 129, as Terry Hoogston and Jamie Roth, former champion in the series. Roth driving the 64 Comet. Hoogston, 71 VW Carmen Ghia. So Roth gets there with a 10:01, 134 miles an hour. 12:22 for the VW, 110 miles an hour. Here comes Keith Winterbottom and Will Zorek. So Keith Winterbottom goes 972 in his little Chevy 2. Actually, that was a Chevy Camaro. I had a flashback. 139 miles an hour. And Will Zorek in the 62 Bel Air ran a 1368 at 68 miles an hour. And here comes Scott Winterbottom now in the Chevy 2. Wheels up, and he cruises pretty close to the center line before getting off the gas and correcting it and putting it back in the groove for a 934. 141 miles an hour. Car tends to lurch to the right as motorcycles are now on track. Bill McDonald and Tom Turan. First two motorcycles down track here this morning. Sunday, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. 8:59 for Tom Turan's Kraken. He goes 157 miles an hour. And Bill McDonald on his Kawasaki, 931, 134 miles an hour. Next two motorcycles coming up. Got information on one of them. Jody Brickwood over here on the tower side from Surrey in a Kawasaki. And Jody appears to be having problems. Hey, attention in the pits. I know that all of you racers are so keen on using your phones to get your time slips, your ET slips, and that is absolutely great. We love to see you using the app for the phone to get your time slips because you get them right there in your hands. But for some of us who are old-timers and don't have a phone that works properly, you can go to the Pro Shop. And the Pro Shop will have your time slip that you can print out there. And so the kiosk was apparently, the printer was having a bit of an issue, and that issue has been resolved in the Pro Shop. So if you don't use your phone app for whatever reason, you can go to the Pro Shop and have your time slip printed off there. It's working. Motorcycle just ran down. Ran a 12:20 at 102 miles an hour. And Jody Brickwood managed to refire. Rolls through the beams, though not going to get any incremental times. You see the blocks along the quarter mile. All those blocks bounce off infrared beams to the racers. And that goes on their time slips. There's incremental times at 60 foot, 330, 8th mile, 1,000 foot, and quarter mile. So when you leave too soon before the tree is activated, none of the timing system works for your incremental times. So that's unfortunate for Jody, but he'll have gathered some data. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Rob Monroe Jr. and Brad Thomas to the staging lanes, please. Rob Monroe Jr. and Brad Thomas to the staging lanes, please. Right now, we need you there. So the start line crew noticing just a thin line of oil from the last motorcycle. So they will do a quick mop-up of the action, and we should be back at it pretty quick. So, riders getting the sign to fire up, Daryl Storzik and Al Omand. Al, of course, track champion, multiple years. Riding the Kawasaki over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Daryl Storzik, 84 Suzuki here, the red-flamed Suzuki on the tower side. Gives a big shout-out to his sponsors, Leak Pro, the world leader in automotive water and air leaks and noise repair, and also Life Made Easy home cleaning services. We always like to give shout-outs to racer sponsors, as sponsors help make the world go around when it comes to drag racing. So Al Omand, blue motorcycle on the Lordco side, Daryl Storzik here on the TCS side. Storzik turning on the red light for this qualifier. Goes 8:41 at 153 miles an hour, and Al goes 9:10 at 141 miles an hour. Now we roll into the Junior Street program. Junior Street, one of the categories for racers under the age of being able to drive on the street. So that's why you see two people in the driver's compartment. You have one that is underage with a NHRA Junior Street Competition license, and the other with the actual vehicle insurance and driver's license. These are street vehicles, so it's juniors program without necessarily getting involved with a junior dragster and using a street vehicle. And the first two, Dallas Nassy and James McNeil, they head down to the 8th mile. They race to the 8th mile with a 990 for James at 70 miles an hour and 1167 for Dallas at 61 miles an hour. In the other lane, the Mustang Ragtop, that is Sophia Getz. So the Mustang goes 10:07 at 70 miles an hour. The big pickup, 10:99, 64. And again, just like all the other classes, the next time that you see the junior street racers, they will have a dial-in on the window, the driver's side window, and that dial-in will be put into the computer system, and that will give out the handicap. So the slower car leaves the start line first, and in theory, if they do everything perfectly together, they'll end up at the top end in a tie, which I've not really seen happen. 997, Lordco Lane, 69 miles an hour, and 1127 for Tyler Smith, who's working on some sort of a record streak here of wins in Junior Street. Odd number of cars in the junior street category, and so Taryn Monroe makes the by run here, by run in qualifying. In junior street goes 11:46 in the process at 61 miles an hour. So Tyler Smith in the previous pair, certainly setting everyone else in the category on notice. 5 consecutive wins in the junior street category, looking to make this, I guess, number 6. And so everybody's got, I would say that he's probably got the bullseye on his back as everybody's shooting to unseat him. But Tyler Smith will be looking to make it number 6 here with this race. So Junior Dragsters now rolling up, and it's a big race for them. Another Wally race here today. The Summit Racing Junior Drag Racing League has a big field of competitors that will be racing for $250 to win. The sponsors include Peden Industries, the Classics, and TNT Motorsports. So lots of money on the line this weekend, as well as a Wally for racing. Another sponsor is Badass Garage and Bubba Speed Shop. They are all providing some financial incentive to the junior dragsters who are on the property here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on Sunday. First two, Hunter Thompson and Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence from Chilliwack and Hunter from Mission. Hunter's over here tower side, and Cadence on the Lordco side. So the junior dragsters race to the 8th mile, just like junior street. Two categories, Thunder and Lightning. Thunder is the slower of the two, if you want to call it that. Hunter Thompson, 893 at 74 miles an hour, 1164 for Cadence. You can generally tell the age of the driver by the speed at which the car has been tuned. The younger drivers, because you can be as young as 5 years of age to get into a junior dragster, you are going to be running at approximately 12, 13, 14 seconds. So the younger the driver, the slower the vehicle is going to be. And once you get into the Lightning category, where you are 12 years or older, then you start running into the 8s and 7s at 80 miles an hour. So on the start line right now, April Bond and Hunter Gallant. Hunter's in the white dragster from Chilliwack. April's over here. Father Justin doing the tuning on the modified Briggs & Stratton motor, and they want to set the RPM as consistently as possible based on the different temperatures that are out there. That is how the car's performance is set up from a consistency standpoint. Both of them are now pre-staged, and the tree comes down and they are off and running. April goes 898 at 73 miles an hour. Hunter 909 at 70 miles an hour. The Junior Dragster program has grown exponentially in the last year and a half. We've gone from a field of roughly half a dozen racers to upwards of 20 plus. So it's great to see all of these new racers earning their street cred or their drag strip cred in the Junior Dragsters. So Connor Jackson and Owen Armstrong. .888 is the time for Connor on the TCS side of the racetrack, and Owen goes 14:02. So safe bet that Connor is a little bit older than Owen. Jack Green now and Emily White. Talked about the number of race cars increasing in the junior program, and the Green Brothers Racing family have got three boys, and all three of them racing in the junior program. Katnick's had three. I think they still have two. One aged out. Jack Green and Emily White sitting patiently on the start line here as the tree comes down. Emily White from Mission. .72 miles an hour for Emily White at 9:09. 13:88 for Jack Green, the Green Brothers Racing. And here comes Alex Green, another one of the triumvirate. Alex on this side of the racetrack, and Wesley Armstrong, part of a junior dragster pair for the Armstrongs. Like all the big cars, they get their one qualifier here this morning. This is the Junior Thunder category. At the 8th mile stripe, Alex Green goes 11:93 at 53 miles an hour. 54 miles an hour for Wes at 11:99. So Bentley Johnson on the Lordco side of the racetrack goes 73 miles an hour. 8:88 is the time. 10:38 for the junior dragster in the other lane. 59 miles an hour. No information in the computer as yet for that driver. Here comes Ashton Katnick. Ashton here on the tower side. Netanya over on the Lordco side. Peterson, Netanya Peterson. Attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers. We're putting you on a 10-minute standby. 10-minute standby for Canada West Doorslammers. 10-minute standby call. Ashton runs 11.97 at 52 miles an hour. Netanya goes 12.66 at 50 miles an hour. As Adam Katnick and Isabella Marshall will be the next two. Isabella Marshall over here on the tower side. And Adam on the spectator side. Lordco lane and TCS lane. Of course, part of the job of the start line crew is to always be watching the vehicles. They have a number of people looking at different parts of the track, the start line, the finish line, and so on and so forth. So they're always keeping an eye out for any potential issues. And in the case here, the junior dragster was noticed that it was leaking. And so we'll do a little bit of a degrease here. And that should not be very time-consuming whatsoever, and we will get back underway. Doorslammers, we gave you a 10-minute standby call, so we just reinforce that. Doorslammers, 10-by call, and also, if you didn't hear it from before, there were some issues with the printer for timing slips in the pro shop. Well, that has been resolved, so if you are one of the racers who is not able to use the At Mission Raceway timing slip phone app, you can get a printout in the Pro Shop. It is now working. Speaking of Pro Shop, if you're looking for all kinds of apparel and headgear and jackets, hoodies, die-cast cars, stickers, pins, glassware, all sorts of stuff like that, they have got it in the Pro Shop, along with some sunscreen, I believe. I should have checked that. They usually have some sunscreen and bug spray, earplugs, that kind of thing, and all sorts of chocolate bars, ice cream, sandwiches, and Magnum bars and freezies. So do stop in at the Pro Shop before you leave the property today. And thank you for joining us here on Smoke, Fire, and Thunder Sunday. So rolling up now into the stage beams, Nate Green. Here on the tower side. Still waiting for information on the driver over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. And that'll be coming into the computer system here throughout the rest of the morning as we get set for eliminations very shortly. So 10:88 is the time for Nate Green at 57 miles an hour, 14:23 for the junior dragster in the other lane, 42 miles an hour. That takes care of the Junior Thunders. We'll pick up the pace a little bit here now with the Junior Lightning category. And we start things off with Colton Morin, who's in his last year in Junior Lightning. Has his full-size dragster already in the pits and getting familiar with it. Nick Bond in the other lane. Both these drivers from Mission. So you can tell the junior dragsters get a little bit louder, a little bit quicker. 791 for Nick Bond, 82 miles an hour. Colton goes 793 at 82 miles an hour at the 8th mile stripe. And trust me, when you are sitting 4 inches off the ground, going 80 miles an hour is going to seem awfully, awfully fast. Lincoln Shirk and McKenna Thompson now. Lincoln Shirk over here on the tower side, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group. And McKenna Thompson from Mission. Get the fist bump from Dad, and Lincoln gets set to stage it up and make his qualifying run here in the Junior Lightning category. Bumps his head on the roll bars to pump himself up, and he is gone. 790 is the time then for Lincoln, 82 miles an hour. 790. McKenna Thompson goes 793 at 82 miles an hour. As CL Gagnon now rolls up into the stage beams alongside Emma Debris-Coos. CL part of the Big Kids Racing team. Her dad, Nate, driving Top Fuel Harley. You see Dad walking up, checking out where the stage beams are to direct CL into the stage beams. He'll then go to the back of the car and work on the throttle adjustment. Make sure that it's at the right RPM. Same thing happening over for Emma Debris-Coos. Each driver gets the go-ahead. Finger point says it's all yours. They're pre-staged and now move forward another 7 inches. Emma and CL both in. Here comes the tree, and they are both off to the 8th mile stripe, where it will be a 798 for Emma, 81 miles an hour, 817 for CL. As Abigail White and Lexi Winterbottom. The next two in the Lightning category. Abigail White from Mission, Lexi from Langley. Lexi driving the yellow and blue dragster on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Abigail here in the blue checkered junior dragster. Attention in the pits. We're now calling Doorslammers to the lanes, please. Doorslammers, we're calling you to the lanes. Attention, Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes. .782 is the time for Abigail. She gets there first with an 83 mile per hour run. 82 for Lexi at 788. And that looks to be it for juniors. Doorslammers, we've called you to the lanes, please. Doorslammers, we typically put you in 5 and 6. Overflow 3 and 4. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to Nolan. He was here most of the day yesterday, all day yesterday, well into the night. And so you have been following the Real Street category. And so Nolan's going to fill us in on the Real Street finals and semifinals as we get down here.
You can in fact see Tom Turand staging the bike up and just backing it out of the beams. He, of course, had the buy run in this round of Real Street, so he is just opting to take that bike, not risk a full pull. He'll simply put it in, stage it, back it right out. That is something you can do. It gets him into the next round. Doesn't risk hurting the machinery on that number 676 on the Kraken GSXR. So Turand, we'll be moving on into the semi-finals. Now it's a question of will he be racing against Litvin or will he be racing against Rob Monroe Sr., the pairing that will have to square off to face off against him. And of course, on the other side of the ladder, Rob Monroe Jr. will be facing off against Thomas and McKenzie and Picariello, still looking to settle the score themselves here in the Real Street ladder. So there is definitely still a lot to play for here in Real Street Eliminations. Of course, it was a program that was due to run all throughout last night. That did end up getting cut short, though, by some margin with all of the carnage that we had seen over the course of the evening. So it could prove to be an interesting afternoon then as we get set to wrap out Real Street, and we are well now into the quarterfinals. Of course, Real Street is for those that aren't aware, it is a dial-in class racing to the quarter mile on a 5/10 pro tree. And one of the main rules, the vehicle has to be somewhat street legal. Street legal, the official word, but obviously we tend to push it a little bit when we're in the drag racing categories, much like our Outlaw class at the Mopac Auto Supply Street Legals.
Does that mean I can have a parachute on my car?
Actually, yes, I do believe so.
See, I always get worried when I roll up to a street light and there's a car beside me with a parachute. That's unsettling.
Oh, boy.
But good for them. Good for them. So it was a jam-packed day yesterday. That's for sure that we're having to run some next rounds here today, but we do want to make sure that all the racers have the opportunity to complete the fields, and so they were there in a meeting earlier in the morning, and it was decided in some cases that the finals were going to be run, but some others are going to be held over to other events later in the year. So hey, this is also a big day for the junior dragsters. We saw them running, and this is a Summit Junior Drag Racing League event with a Wally on the line. And so do want to thank all of the sponsors involved in that juniors program, and that includes Peden Industries, the Classics, TNT Motorsports, Badass Garage, Bubba's Speed Shop, and then AFD Quality Fuel. So a lot of people involved in making sure that the juniors are rewarded for all of their racing efforts, just like all of the other racing categories.
So here we go. We're going to set to see who's going to race against Tom Turand to face off into the final round of eliminations. This is, of course, setting ourselves up for the semis. Rob Monroe Sr. brings it up in the Ford Model A. It's out at an 895 over here in that TCS lane. That old Roadster, a very frequent runner in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket with Old Car Center Hot Rod, and looking to see what he can do here in this one as well. Opposite him, you've got Brian Litvin in the Chrysler for the Outlaws Car Club. Litvin will get the advantage by a good 3 seconds. Monroe Sr. in hot pursuit. As we're closing up to the top end still, and it'll be Rob Monroe Sr. moving on into the semifinals to face off against Tom Turan. Now we shift to the other side of the ladder where Rio Picariello for Bel Air Stainless in his Chevy, sporting a 427 cubic inch small block Chevy motor underneath that car down to the 1020. Will be leaving second to Chad McKenzie out of Edmonton in the Flash in his Dodge Charger from 2008. Fun fact, first race here at the Titanium Strip, so we'll give a big hearty welcome to Chad McKenzie and wish him the best of luck here in the quarterfinals. McKenzie's off and away. Picariello in hot pursuit. One of the lights is great. The other one, nothing to write home about. And quarter mile, it'll be a race decided on the tree. Chad McKenzie breaks out, goes under the dial by about half a tenth, and that will send Picariello now into the semifinals. And that brings up a comp single as Rob Monroe Jr. bringing it up in the Lordco lane was due to face off against the Mean Green Mustang for Brad Thomas. And he will not be able to make that call. So Rob Monroe Jr. moves on into the semifinals with that comp single. And just like Turan, he will simply break the beams and back out. So that wraps up round 2 of eliminations in Jerry's OK Tire Real Street. So I believe with that all set in stone now for the semifinal round in Real Street, we'll be rolling now into Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers. And this weekend, they are sponsored by Green Light Auto Sales. And, of course, we want to thank all of the other weekend sponsors for being able to keep the Canada West Doorslammers Association afloat, including Total Dairy Solutions, Paradise Homes Limited, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Comox Valley Bobcat, TCS Performance Products, and Traveland RV. No matter where you are in the province, Greenlight Auto Financing is here to help you get approved on a vehicle. With over 1,500 vehicles of all makes and models, they will deliver the vehicle anywhere in British Columbia. They can also fly you in, and you can get your new vehicle back home. Their finance team is dedicated to getting you approved through their large pool of lenders with options of no money down. Located at 7179 Horn Street in Mission, you can get pre-approved from the comfort of your home at greenlightautofinancing.ca. "45 cars have qualified to make the Canada West Doorslammers field. It is another, I believe, nearly a record-setting field. I believe the Door Wars field, still just a small touch bigger by 2 or 3, but very close to it. Once again, showing off what a successful year it's been for the association.
Yeah, they've been able to draw cars, especially now that we have more cars coming up from the U.S. It is great to see a lot of those competitors back here at Mission Raceway working in this series for the Doorslammers. And, yeah, we just love to see all of our U.S. partners come up over the border. It's a bit of a hassle sometimes, but it is great to see here racing and certainly contributes to the overall program with that number of cars.
It's a huge spread of cars as well. I mean, you've got newer trucks, you've got older Camaros and Mustangs. It's such a wide variety. There's one notable name that's missing that has been here for most of the season. Greg Field hasn't made any sort of attempt to make any pass this week, and I'm not sure he even made the trip out. It's a big shame. Yeah,
that's a good point. I mean, it is one of the signature elements of the Canada West Doorslammer series is that wide variety of vehicles. Everything from, as you say, old pickups to new pickups, old model Willys and 55 Chevys and brand new Oldsmobiles and all sorts of different kinds of cars competing against each other on the handicap system. So it is great to see because everybody's going to have a favorite when it comes to either a body style, a make, or whatever. So it's just great. And I don't have any word on where Greg is. I have not seen him here this weekend even. So possibly some carnage that he has had to deal with. And that is sort of one of those things that racers always end up having to deal with.
Well, hopefully we'll be seeing him out later on this year. I know the Doorslammers are going to be making at least one more appearance at the West Coast Outlaw shootout to close out September and I guess start October, which will be our final competitive event of the season. I don't recall if they're going to be here for the Mission Finals. I don't think so for the finals, and I'm not sure on the September 9th and 10th rain-out dates, which was for those who remember, it was way back in June. We had to push it all the way towards the end of summer. So we'll see if they're going to be turning that up on the 9th and 10th. But otherwise, I think for sure we'll be setting themselves up for the West Coast Outlaw shootouts, and they will be at the 9th and 10th rain-out dates.
Yeah, the last word I had was that after this event, we have the next summit race, number 11 and 12. That's the weekend of the 9th and 10th, and Doorslammers and Super Combo and Super Shifters are supposed to be on that weekend as well.
And I do believe that would be their season finale because typically the West Coast Outlaw shootout, it's just a gambler's race for them.
Yeah, so they are listed for that weekend, the West Coast Outlaw shootout, September 30th and October 1st. The Pro Mods will be back on the property for that event, along with the Outlaw 275 and Limited Street and the Top Fuel Harley. So Doorslammers will be here. No telling how many of them will be here. So we are on the back half of the season. So I want to thank everybody for joining us here on this Summit ET race number 10, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Next race event is the weekend of the 9th and 10th of September, and then a week off September 23rd and 24th, and then September 30th and 1st. So those are the upcoming events here at Mission Raceway before we close out the season. So just doing a bit of a track scrape every so often throughout the day with the number of cars that we have running. You will see the start line crew doing a predetermined scrape of the track, making sure that we don't have excess rubber. With more horsepower coming on the start line, there is a tendency to peel off the rubber if it's too high, and so we do want to scrape it to a certain level, certain consistency, so that it's the same in both lanes. So that's what is going on right now. Hopefully you've had a chance to head over to the Half Track Snack Shack and get a sample of some of the combo hamburgers, hot dogs, all sorts of good stuff that way. Half Track Snack Shack located right across the patio from the Pro Shop here at Mission Raceway.
In terms of other events at Mission Raceway Park as well, I know that between the 9th and 10th rain-out race and, of course, the Mission Finals, you'll be having the ICSCC Conference Weekend down at the Speed Fanatics Motorsports Circuit. And that is, by and large, one of the biggest race events of the year, just shy of the vintage races that they had here earlier on in August. A lot of cars are going to be coming out here. They're going to have a big Formula Continental race. The Miatas, though, or the Spec Miata races and the BMW 323 races that run there are something else entirely. You want to talk about drivers that do not know a setting between off and high? It's that weekend.
I tell you, there is so much happening every weekend, all week long sometimes here at Mission Raceway. The only way that you're going to be able to keep track of it is be on the Facebook page. There's always a calendar printed for the week. There's always information about who's racing, what events are coming up, and all of the details for different events, not just drag racing, but everything, because we have a number of racing series that take place here, and it's just ongoing all through the year. This has probably been, in the 10 years that I've been doing this, one of the most successful years ever in terms of the number of events that have taken place over the course of the year. So a great opportunity to see racing of all kinds, and we're certainly happy that you're here joining us here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So a little bit of track scraping continues as we just do some quick maintenance, and partly this is because the next cars down the track, the Canada West Doorslammers, are going to be some of the quickest cars that we have on the property here on a class situation. So Doorslammers will be hitting upwards of 200 miles an hour at the quarter mile. So we just want to make sure that the start line is ready for that high horsepower and that the track is safe for them as they head down the quarter mile. So Too much rubber is just as bad as too little rubber, and so that's the start line motto. And so we're just doing a little bit of touch-up there. Do want to take the opportunity to mention once again that we've got a big, strong field of Canada West Doorslammers on the property. Upwards of 40-plus cars made it into the show in order to run on the weekend. You need to run 870 or quicker to be on the ladder. This is a series that is run by the Canada West Doorslammers. All cars have to have 2 operating doors. All cars have to have left-hand steering, front and rear suspension, and a roof. There's no throttle control devices permitted, and lane choice will always go to the faster car, so there's always a vested interest in making it a serious run. An event like this, a series like this, would not happen without sponsors. I know that Nolan ran through the list before. It's worth touching on it again. Winter Harbor Marina and RV, the title sponsors for the Canada West Doorslammers here in 2023. And alongside that is Total Dairy Solutions in Abbotsford. That is artexbarn.com. Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field in Mission, Paradise Homes in Victoria, Associated Tire and Auto in Campbell River, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing in Campbell River, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating in Courtenay, TCS Performance Products in Langley, and Travelland RV, with locations in Langley, Kelowna, Airdrie, and Grand Prairie. Your RV Supercenter sales and service. That is Travelland RV. All those sponsors doing their part to make the Canada West Doorslammer Series here in 2023 happen. And each weekend that they are racing, one of those associate sponsors becomes the weekend sponsor, and this week it is Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. So if you're looking for a vehicle but worried that you may not be approved, well, Greenlight Auto Financing is certainly there to help. With decades of experience and a large pool of lenders, their finance team has plenty of options, including in-house financing. So if you have bad credit history, bankruptcies, or repossessions, Greenlight Auto Financing can get you approved. With over 1,500 vehicles of all makes and models, they'll make sure that the process is smooth and hassle-free. They're located at 7179 Horn Street in Mission. And you can contact them at greenlightautofinancing.ca to get started today. So check them out. I want to thank all of the sponsors in the Canada West Doorslammer Series for doing their part and making this series a success. We will be seeing their first round of eliminations here in just a minute or two. You can see all the cars in the staging lanes. Great variety, as Nolan and I talked about. Wide variety of vehicles in the category. A little bit of everything for everyone. Nolan was talking earlier about some of the other events that are taking place here at Mission Raceway. Mission Raceway Park is a multi-use facility. It has not only the world-class drag strip here, it's all concrete. Our drag strip here at Mission was created a few years ago as an all-concrete strip, 4,200 feet long, 60 feet wide, and we are at 25 feet altitude. So we are as close to sea level as you can possibly get without being underwater, it seems. 9 times NHRA Division 6 Track of the Year. They used to award Track of the Year through the NHRA, and Mission Raceway was proud to receive that award in 1994, 95, 96, 97, 98, 2005, 2006, 2007, and 2010. And they then discontinued giving that award. The facility also has a 1-mile motocross track and a 1.2-mile road course. So all sorts of things since that time, including drifting, has also been added, and boat drags. That's right, drag racing on the Fraser River with all sorts of high horsepower boats brought back after, well, what was it, a 20-year absence or something like that. And it was a huge success, I heard, with upwards of 1,000 spectators taking in all of the action on the Fraser River. If you've never seen drag boats, boy, that is a sight to behold. That is quite something. Imagine thousands of horsepower on water in a boat. We talked about upcoming events as well, so make sure that you head over to the Pro Shop. If you're a little bit unsure of all of the ins and outs of drag racing, I believe the Pro Shop has a brochure that is sort of like a 101. You can learn all sorts of things from reading that little brochure, what happens here, why it happens here, the incremental timers, all of that kind of in and out. It can be a somewhat complicated adventure, but it's certainly easy to figure out by heading over to the Pro Shop and checking out one of those brochures. Once again, to take the opportunity to thank all of you race fans for joining us here on this Smoke, Fire, and Thunder Sunday. It is already 27 degrees out there, so it is going to be a warm one. I urge you to make sure that you stay hydrated and get yourself some sunscreen on if you're going to be spending any amount of time in the sun. I see somebody has mini donuts, and that means that the mini donuts are for sale. They are located under the pitside grandstand. The mini donuts, iced tea, lemonade, Milano special roast. At least it was Milano last time I checked. Espresso, cappuccinos, mochas, lattes, frappuccinos, BS Espresso. And it's Barry and Shelley. Check them out, the little blue booth underneath the grandstand for mini donuts. So it looks like the scraping is complete. The art and science of track preparation. In the old days, it was not like this. In the old days, it was a whole lot simpler. Everybody raced on the same dusty and oily track. these days with the increasing amounts of horsepower, it has become paramount that track preparation be maintained. And so I will always say thank you to the safety crew, the start line crew, for doing that hard work. It's one thing to be sitting out in the stands in the heat, watching people work real hard in the heat. So we do appreciate all of their efforts. One of the things we do once the once the scraping is complete is you see that tractor dragging the used slicks on the back. All racers will donate old slicks to the safety crew, and they will be put on the back of tractors. So what we do is lay down brand new rubber all the way down the quarter mile, and that rubber is the same type of rubber, obviously, as is on the race cars. So it was something that the NHRA instigated a good number of decades ago and has certainly served track preparation well. Also spray a little bit of VHT traction compound in different consistencies. If you've never had the opportunity to do a track walk, there is a reason why NHRA doesn't allow sandals or flip-flops on the racing surface. And that's because you will lose it. It will quite literally just stick to the surface. So if you're walking as a crew member or start line, you need to, one, keep moving, because the longer you stand still, the more the chances are that you're going to be sticking to the track. And so you do want to keep moving, but you got to have laces, got to have shoes that are going to stay on. Otherwise, it just gets really uncomfortable, as I've seen people fall down and certainly lots of times lose a shoe. I would suggest if you're not in the stands at this point, it's probably a good time to head to the stands, because I think we are just seconds away from having our first pair, and I see them coming around the corner right now. So if you're not in a place where you can see the drag strip, I would certainly be heading to the bleachers as soon as possible. So everybody here in this category, this is round one of eliminations. So two come up, one goes home, one goes on. And they are working on a handicap system, so that means there's a dial-in on the window. The dial-in will show up on the scoreboard at the top end of the strip. You can see which of the two cars is slower and which the handicap system will leave the start line first. We start with the competition single. Adam DeYoung. Artex Racing Camaro goes 851 at 158 miles an hour. Adam got his start in the junior dragster program and ran that for a couple of years before graduating into the Camaro that Dad was driving, and now Dad drives the different Camaro. Here comes Derek Shirk. We may see the same thing happening with Derek's family as Lincoln Shirk is in the junior dragster program. And so Lincoln is working his way through that category, and as he ages out, 17, 18, we hope to see Lincoln in a full-size car. Derek Shirk had an incident with that 55 Bel Air. It had an incident with the wall, and he's left the battle scars there to prove it. The other lane, the Corvette belongs to Peter Lucanis from Coquitlam. Handicap goes to the Corvette. Leaves the start line first. It'll be up to Derek to get around him at the top end without breaking out. The win goes to Peter Lucanis. So both of them broke out, and Peter was the less of the two breakouts. Runs an 860 at 156 miles an hour. His breakout off the dial only by about 0.06 of a second. Here's Brad Powell now from Lyndon, Washington in the silver Chevelle here on the tower side. Dale Phillips in the other lane in the Mustang, 67 Ford Mustang. Dale Phillips from Chetwynd, the quicker of the two, dialed in at 768, 843. See the crew member from the team saying that it's not the right dial, so Brad Powell holding back. .843 is the dial for Brad Powell, so Brad will be leaving the start line first. The Mustang will sit patiently, waiting for the green light. Mustang goes in. Chevelle goes in. They are both clean and green on the start line as they head down the quarter mile with the wind light coming on for the Chevelle. Brad Powell takes out Dale Phillips. Powell goes 847, 158 miles an hour for the win that round. This is first round Canada West Doorslammers presented this weekend by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. Backing up from the burnout, Dave Warren. Dave known for taking his time on the burnout. In the other lane, Jan Christensen doing double duty in the El Gringo Chevy 2 as well as his dragster. So Jan from Langley, Dave Warren over here tower side in the Blue Max, the big 62 Bel Air. The handicap system is the great equalizer in all forms of drag racing because it basically says if you leave with a great reaction time, a perfect reaction time is trip zip, but if you leave with even a really good reaction time and run your dial, anybody can beat anybody on any given day. So Jan Christensen is the one that gets the win light here this round. 868 at 155 miles an hour for Jan Christensen. And Dave Warren is going on the trailer with an 812 at 165 miles an hour. And that brings up the Grinch. I was in the pits talking to Andy Hatton. Said I can't see the Grinch from the tower, and so I had to go and take a look. If you've not seen that in the pits, that's a great looking wrap on the hood of that green 69 Camaro. The Grinch, he calls it. He is the owner of Bubba's Speed Shop, and he's got sponsorship from Titanium Auto Group as well. In the other lane, that's a 54 Studebaker. Mark Thompson from Coldstream, British Columbia. Marvel Racing. So the Grinch out first off the line. Thompson going to have to chase him down. Doesn't do it. Had a great reaction time. Andy Hatton, 005 on the tree. Goes 8:30 for the win. 157 miles an hour. Thompson, for the record, 765. 174 miles an hour. Rod Leclerc doing a nice smoky burnout. This is a 6-second car on any given day. Brian Ritchie sitting in the water box just waiting for Rod Leclerc to back up after his off-the-line, over-the-line burnout. All these teams do know each other's routine, and so you don't want to be sitting on the start line too long or sitting in the water box too long or get hung out for any particular reason. So these teams know sort of the time frame that it takes for their car to stage up, and they all work accordingly to make sure that it's all even Steven. Rod Leclerc purging the nitrous in his newly wrapped 67 Camaro. Newly wrapped, I say, for 2023. Car used to be blue. Now it isn't. Sponsored by Paradise Homes. He's been running with Canada West Doorslammers for about 9 seasons now, and he is making inroads. Brian Ritchie in the other lane. 68 black Chevelle. Ritchie Racing Engine sponsorship. Greenlight Auto Sales. Handicap going to Brian Ritchie. And here comes Rod Leclerc on a charge. Will he get around Brian Ritchie? No, does not. 799 is good for the win at 169 miles an hour for Brian Ritchie. Rod Leclerc goes 681 and loses 202 miles an hour. That brings up our next pair. Ray Rusiani recently moved here to the interior from Ontario. Pulled up stakes, sold his auto repair business in Ontario where he used to race this car, and he wanted to move out to BC to be closer to family. Ray in that yellow 66 Chevy 2. Here, John West in his 57 Chevy. Ray gets the handicap. They motor down the quarter mile. It'll be a win light for Ray Rusiani. Goes 824. 824 at 163 miles an hour. Had a great reaction time on the tree. 008 on the reaction tree. So the green light came on, and it took him basically 8 thousandths of a second for that car to start moving. Lane Woolley now, the Duster, racing for the Marcus family. Bucky's Mini Excavating sponsorship. Lane, 678 cubic inches under the hood of that Duster over in the Lordco lane. And Brody Shirk here on the tower side, 67 Chevy. Big block Chevy, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop and Vancouver Car Wraps, JS Power Sports. A host of people keeping that car on the track. Brody dialed in at 845. Lane 770. So the handicap will go to the gray car over here on the tower side. As they stage up, Brody is off. Lane coming up right behind him. Win light for Woolley. Woolley goes 773 at 168 miles an hour for the win. Brody, not enough. 848. Here comes Mike Kenworthy now. And it looks to be Scott Robinson in the other lane. Rad Torque sponsored Beretta. Mike Kenworthy from Arlington, Washington in that purplish 92 Pontiac Firebird. Firebird getting the handicap start and heading down to the quarter mile stripe. It's a win light for Scott Robinson, 772, 176 miles an hour. We talked about it. No sense talking during the burnout, but we talked about the variety of cars in the Doorslammer series. You've got everything from naturally aspirated engines to blowers to nitrous and all sorts of things in between. Mike Kenworthy being a classic example of that with a 354 cubic inch Chevy that has a big blower on top of it, pouring all kinds of air into that manifold. In the other lane, Darren Buick, 67 Nova from Mission. Handicap will be going to the Nova. Lordco lane. Win light goes to Buick. Runs at 866, 155 miles an hour. Poe Freeborn now, the 67 Mustang Shelby. Here on the tower side, Paul Soares from Terrace in the other lane. Poe has sponsorship from Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. That's their company. Dialed in at 718. Mustang is going to be sitting patiently on the start line as Paul Soares does another quick burnout. Poe goes into pre-stage, waiting for Paul to take his Grand Am there as well. Paul's dialed in at 8:05, so handicap will be going to the red Grand Am. And it is a red light start for Poe Freeborn. It's our first red light for the day. Win light goes to Paul Soares, 8:03, 170 miles an hour. It looks like Paul Stretch and Jason Field. Jason's over here on the tower side in the 71 Chevelle. Big block Chevy under the hood with Ritchie Racing engines. Green Light Auto Sales sponsored Chevelle. Paul Stretch in the other lane. 2002 Cavalier. So Jason out of the gate first, dialed in at 8:12 against the 729, and manages to stay out in front of Paul Stretch. 8:13 on an 8:12 dial. Goes 160 miles an hour. And here comes Henry Zacharias. Had the opportunity when I was in the pits to have a nice up-close look at the paint job on that 53 Corvette. And it's actually an interesting paint job that is extremely subtle, hard to figure out from the stands. It's actually a landscape with some clouds and everything else, so it's quite unique in that sense. It's not just dirty white paint. You need to get up into the pits and take a close look at that 53 Corvette of Henry Zacharias. In the other lane, the 55 Bel Air belongs to Howie Winklehorst. He's out of Abbotsford. He's dialed in at 8:30, so he's leaving the line first as they're both staged. So Howie out of the gate first, and In pursuit is that 53 vet, but not able to get around Howie Winklehorst, who runs an 830, 160 miles an hour off the dial by just 7/10,000ths of a second. 830 with a 0 on an 830 dial. So dead on the dial for Howie Winklehorst. So here we go, Cam Shantz over here, tower side. Very loud 37 Chevy. A great paint job. If you're in the pits, take a look when up close. It's the Camaro that gets there first, though. 832 at 153 miles an hour for the win. Going on into the next round. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Stand by. Limited Street. Limited Street. We are going to be running your runs. You're on standby. So Mike Bedsworth rolls up to the start line in his 96 Oldsmobile. So Real Street, we're going to have you on standby as well. Real Street on standby. So the 55 out of the gate first. Mike Bedsworth chasing him down. Gets around him. Had a great reaction. 007 his reaction time on the tree. Goes 7:15 on a 7:14 dial. 190 miles an hour. Bedsworth from Marysville, Washington. Going into the next round as we have Otto Schulte and Roger Winter. Roger Winter, that brand new 1941 Willys. He used to run a little altered that was orange, and now he's gone with a big car with a big wing. Nice big wing to stabilize the aerodynamics on that 41 Willys. Sponsorship is, of course, Jim Winter Collectible Car Appraisals. In the other lane, Otto Schulte from Black Creek in the 2005 Blue Cavalier. Sponsored by all sorts of people, including Associated Tire and Next Gen Hearing, and he's a 12-time champion. So Roger gets the handicap start, puts the wing to good use, stabilizing the Willys, but it is Otto Schulte that gets there with a 7:56 for the win. 174 miles an hour as burnouts are complete for Grant Howell and Kathy Freeborn. As we continue with our next pair, Grant Howell out of Victoria, 37 Chevy, the orange and purple car over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, and Kathy Freeborn driving a 70 Camaro here. Husband drives the Mustang, Kathy drives the Camaro. Kathy's sponsorship includes Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, and Grant Howell, all he's telling us is, hey, I'm a past champion, so I'm dialed in at 778. I'm going to wait here and let Kathy go. She's dialed in at 853. Gets the head start. That little 37 Chevy will be chasing down the Camaro. It's all green here at the start with a win light for Grant Howell. 779 on a 778, 169 miles an hour. It's all about who is closer to the shoe polish on the window when it comes to bracket racing and dial-ins and all that kind of thing. Terry Langdon Davies, he's got a 41 Willys as well. His is a little bit more old school. Not quite the same wing configuration. Jay Sievertson in the other lane in his 66 Canso. Handicap will go to the Willys. And he rolled through. So Jay Sievertson not able to keep the car on the line. Rolled through, and win light comes on for Terry Langdon Davies. 8:42 at 164 miles an hour. So family affair here. Father and son as Devin Jansen goes red against dad, Dale Jansen. So that'll be a conversation point on the way home. Dale Jansen goes 8:34 in the Canso, 162 miles an hour, and he gets the win light. So big long burnouts here for the Corvette and the Camaro. I called it a Camaro. It is a Firebird, which to a Firebird fan is heretical. I should not have said that. It says Pontiac right on the rear window. Pontiac Firebird and a Corvette here on the tower side. Sonny's Racing Engines logo emblazoned on the scoop, and the nitrous being purged from the lines. They do that to build up the pressure in the bottle and also clear out the lines so that the nitrous is delivered without any breaks at all. No air in the lines. Not much humidity in the air either. You can tell the humidity by the size of the plume of the nitrous, and it's pretty streamlined. And that's a very, very long purge. So they are set. The handicap is going to go to the Corvette here on the tower side. Quicker 692 for the Firebird. And yes, problems set in for the Firebird. All of a sudden looked like he was way ahead, but he had problems, so the Corvette gets there with the first win. 9:09, 147 miles an hour. So Mike McMahon now brings his Camaro to the line. Attention in the pits, limited. We need you to the lanes. Limited Street, we need you to the lanes, and Real Street, we need you there as well to be laddered. Limited to the lanes, Real Street to be laddered. So Zach Joyce here in the, I believe that's a 49 Austin. Dialed in at 783. Mike McMahon in the old school Camaro I guess both cars are kind of old school. One with stacks coming out the hood and the other with just a old style body. Mike McMahon from Chilliwack. Getting the jump on the start line with the Camaro, but it will be a win light for him as he runs an 862 at 156. We're also going to be putting Pro Bracket, Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket. You are now on standby. Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket, you are on standby. So this will be a bye run with the odd number of cars making it into the field. John DeYoung, one of the quickest cars in the Canada West Doorslammers. He will stop the clocks with a 678 at 204.92 miles an hour and hangs out the laundry. 678. 204 miles an hour. And this will be a competition single. And the difference between that and a bye run is a bye run is as a result of an odd number and no one scheduled to be in the other lane. This competition single, Kerry Young, not able to make the call to be in competition. Kerry Young not around. Tom Katnick, then, from Maple Ridge in his 68 Metal Flake Camaro. I'm guessing about 10 pounds of Metal Flake adding to that car. But, boy, it is gorgeous in the sunlight. Absolutely spectacular. TK Performance sponsored. Camaro has a dial-in of 755. So Tom Katnick goes through the 759. Dialed in at 755, goes 759 at 182 miles an hour. And I would not be going anywhere because I think the Jet is next. I would definitely not be heading very far from the drag strip as I see the Tomahawk Jet funny car rolling onto the surface. Now, maybe you can explain, Nolan, why this is an unscheduled pleasant surprise.
Well, it was supposed to take place last night, but unfortunately it wouldn't fire up on the line. They made 3 attempts at it and wasn't able to get any... Well, they were able to get fire in the engine, but it would only take a few seconds for that engine to quickly extinguish itself. And you could hear the engine trying to spool up. They could hear them trying to fire it up, and it just wouldn't... it wouldn't maintain itself, so that's why they ended up having to shut things down and push it back to the pits. So they decided, you know what? We're going to make one more hit at it here today, and we're going to make another try at this one. So who knows? Maybe this time it'll be third time's the charm.
Well, that's what we're planning for. This is a 2001 Camaro with a Pratt & Whitney J60 jet engine. The Jet Funny car has run a quick time of 595 at 273 miles per hour. The driver, Derek Snelson. He is the Alaska land speed record holder at 309 miles per hour. And his occupation, well, he's the track operator at Renegade Raceway in Anchorage, Alaska. So we want to give a big shout out to him and all the crew that are with us here today. They were hoping to make a 250 mile per hour hit last night. And the one run that I did see on the live stream was 249 miles an hour. So if you've never seen a Jet Dragster or Jet Funny car before, you're in for a real treat. They're going to try and fire it up, and they will do a bunch of burner pops and then kick in the afterburner where that allows for all the flames and everything else to exit the Pratt & Whitney J60 engine. And it is quite a sight to behold. So this car is propelled only by exhaust. There is no drivetrain in the car. The exhaust propels the vehicle down the quarter mile. Safety crew heading down track to get ready for the car. They can run the vehicle for quite some time. Has run a best of 595. That's a long burn on that jet engine. Stage it up just like any other regular race car and get set to send it down the quarter mile. Are we going to hit 250 miles an hour? Well, why not? So that was spectacular. We really enjoy having Derek come down from Alaska and make these runs here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. It's kind of what the day is all about. And he has run a best in that funny car of 273. Got 253 here. And so now we'll just take a couple of minutes to do a little bit of track preparation with the material, the residue from the jet dragster. There's a little bit of that tends to fall on the racing surface. So we'll get that sorted out and be back with racing in just a couple of minutes. So we should talk about the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series. This is race number 10 here, and what it is all about is, well, it's basically contested right across North America, and it is the world's largest motorsports program with some 80,000 racers in competition. And I'm talking here about the Pro Bracket, Sportsman, Super Pro, Motorcycle. Those are the classes that we're talking about here. They all work in a bracket racing format, and that allows drivers in all sorts of vehicles, whether it's a dragster, whether it's a roadster, sedans, coupes, motorcycles, you name it, to compete on an equal basis against each other. So the handicap system is the great equalizer for all of these different race cars. Participating NHRA member tracks across North America host regularly scheduled events, and they award points. We did take a bit of a break over the summer, and so they're back collecting points here at Mission. And then each track selects a team of racers from among the top points leaders, and they represent the track at the Divisional Summit Racing Series Finals. That's our team on a mission, we call it. So division champions in Super Pro, Pro, Sportsman, and Motorcycle receive a Division Champions trophy, a jacket, and, well, get some cash, too. They then advance to the NHRA Summit Racing Series National Championship at the season-ending Auto Club NHRA Finals in Pomona, California, where they receive travel money as well as compete for cash and the National Championship trophy and a jacket and all sorts of contingency awards. So they are racing for points, and they are also racing to represent Mission Raceway at the finals. So that is what is about to head down track. Every so often, we have to make this announcement. There is somebody at the top end of the racetrack that is flying a drone. Our Eagle Eye starters have spotted this, and that is not allowed. There is an insurance issue there, and so if that drone is yours, please bring it down ASAP. That is not allowed to be flown here at Mission Raceway. No drone flying. Wonder, Nolan, we should institute some target practice.
It's funny I actually say that because there's a video. I don't think I have anything that I could use for target practice. But I mean, hey, if our t-shirt cannon that is maybe or maybe not operational, we could break that out of storage, and who knows, maybe it might have enough range to solve our drone problem. For now, though, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. We need Pro Bracket to the lanes for first round of eliminations. Pro Bracket to the staging lanes for first round of eliminations.
Hey, when you talk about a t-shirt cannon, you know, I saw at a football game I was at like a Gatling gun cannon, and basically you loaded this barrel full of T-shirts, and then you just wound this thing up, and I saw this hail of T-shirts flying up there, and I thought, well, that's much more efficient to get T-shirts out into the crowd.
So, first off, that sounds insane. Second off, where can I try this?
Good question. Good question. And the right order, too, I might add. So, although not as insane as lighting yourself on fire, which we did last night. So
we very much did after somebody got clocked in the helmet.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, Nolan, take us through this next round of competition.
Limited Streets rolling into the water box, and this is the semifinals from last night's West Coast Outlaws program. Vanessa Richards will be looking set to move on. Sorry, that's good. Yes, that is going to be Vanessa Richards looking to try to move on into the next, the final round of competition with Max Nielsen lining it on up beside. I tell you right now, it's going to be interesting to see how this whole thing is going to shake on down as Vanessa Richards is looking set to put herself into this final round of competition. And attention to the pits, attention to the pits with that call for Pro Bracket to the lanes. Pro Bracket to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. We are putting Sportsman on standby. Sportsman, you are on a standby call. So Vanessa Richards and Max Nielsen, the Hawaii 5.0 Gen 3 Speed Precision Concepts, Chevrolet along with the Mustang Fox Body out of Kelowna trying to face off against the Mustang from 98. Richards is pre-stage waiting on Nielsen. Two green lights, and that's a close one up to the 8th, and this time it will not be a sweep at MRP for Richards as Nielsen knocks around in the semis and will put himself into the final round. So Max Nielsen will face off against Chris McGraw in the final round of Gulf and Fraser Limited Street. Oh, and a bit of tire shake out of the gate. Couldn't find traction, but doesn't matter so much when you're in the bye run. He'll follow it up with a 624 at 128 miles an hour. And that closes out the Limited Street semifinals. We move now back into Real Street. You can see your Limited Street ladders as they get themselves sorted for the final run. We'll see that up later on this afternoon. As now for the semifinals in Jerry's OK Tire Real Street. Kick things off with Rob Munro Sr. and Tom Turan facing off, and then we'll have Rob Munro Jr. face off against Picariello. Now, during Door Wars, the Munros ended up facing off against one another in that final round, where it was the young to beat the old. Possibility could be that it goes the other way this time about, and now Rob Munro Sr. reestablishes himself at the top of the Munro hierarchy. But before he can do that, he's got to best the Kraken. Racing up to the quarter mile. Munro Sr. dialed in at an 895, Turan to an 865. They'll be leaving by about a 0.3 of a second difference. Oh, and Turan turns on the red light by just 0.003 of a second. And that puts Rob Munro Sr. into the final round. Turan turns on the red ball by just 3 thou. Follows it up with an 877 on the 865 dial. Munro an 898 on the 895. So both driver and rider had those cars dialed in. We now move to Real Picariello in the Bel Air stainless Chevy Bel Air to face off against Rob Munro Jr. 1020 to a 1060. And now Rob Munro Jr. will find himself out of competition as he too turns on the red ball by about 100th. So make that now Real Picariello and Rob Munro Sr. into the final. That wraps up Jerry's OK Tire Real Street in the semifinals. And there you can see your ladder set to roll into that final round later this afternoon. Senior had to face off first against Camelo, then against Litvin, then Turan. Whereas Picariello came from fighting Klein Beatman and McKenzie. Now those two will face off against one another in that critical final quarter mile pass. And it's looking like that's going to send us back to the Summit T-Series program as Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. I see them waiting just around the corner and, in fact, backed all the way up around the timing tower, almost back to the grandstands. Once again, the biggest bracket class we've got on the property, and we will kick things off with a classic old versus new grudge match. Don Almas and Aiden Katnick will kick off Pro Bracket eliminations, and well, it's a red light start right out of the gate for the Detonator Car Club Dodge Dart, and that'll send Aiden Katnick in the GT500 through and into round number 2 of eliminations. We bring up John Tabak in the Rad Torque Systems Chevy S10 out of the 1059 will face off against Jim Banky with that 440 Mopar motor and the wheel standing Barracuda for Rad Torque Systems, Titanium Auto Group, and Bucky's Mini Excavating. Dialed as ever at a 10:09. Oh, and Tabak going to be kicking himself when he sees by how much he missed the win light by. Just 8 thou on the tree. And wouldn't you know, with the margin of victory at the line, he did get there first, but only by 8 thou. So that's a race lost on the starting line there as Jim Banky was hightailing in hot pursuit. It was only 16 thou off of his dial in. We'll roll up Cassie Tippy in the Nova Wagon. Going to be leaving over 2 seconds before Brian Heffel in his Chevy Vega. And Brian Heffel will shut it off early as he sees the wind light turn on the side of Cassie Tippy. Turned on the red light by about 700ths. Once again, we roll to the next pairing. Nick Douglas, the two-time Sportsman track champion down at Pacific Raceways for SBB Racing, takes his Dodge Dart out of that on 1195. If you couldn't tell, it's out of that 1195. James Taggart in the Ford for Bear Utilities. Ryan Griffin Airport Glass and Windlock Auto will bring it up out of the 1065 out of Windlock. And again, it's a red light start for James Taggart, as that is, I still have not had a single pass in eliminations in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket that has ended at the finish line. It's all been decided right at the start here. Red lights galore in the opening round. Giovanni Alapesti brings up the 86 small block Chevy, down at 9 seconds for the pickup, and Dylan Scott will bring up the Chevelle down to the 1028. Oh, wheel spin again for the pickup, trying to chase down the Chevelle. Cannot get there. Dylan Scott stays out in front and knocks out Alapesti. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman to the lanes for first round of eliminations. Sportsman to the lanes for first round of eliminations. Super Pro, you are on standby. James Dobson leaves ahead of Eric Stone. Camaro versus Malibu, and at the quarter, it'll be James Dobson getting there by only 3 thou over Eric Stone. Stone was chasing him down, had the advantage on the tree, but James Dobson better on the brakes at the top end and will see himself into round number 2. Veronica Hodgson, king of the track back in 2019, seeing if she can't reclaim the days of old in the Dodge Dart out of the 1240, looking to knock out Stu Funk. And the Chevelle from Hell, Stu's Plumbing Chevy 2 down to the 1055. And Funk could not be patient enough. Turns on the red light, and Veronica Hodgson goes through to round 2 of eliminations in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Neil Cuthbertson to bring it up against Dustin Brewington. On 11-70, he dialed to a 1031 in the Camaro out of Kennewick, Washington. Brewington has seen a lot of success in both Pro and Super Pro this year. Has found himself very frequently into at least the semifinals. And trying to put himself back in there today as the Camaro hightails it after the pickup. This time out, he will move on to round 2, and Cuthbertson will now be finding himself effectively down and out. Richard Love makes the trip out of a Soyuz in his Reflection Guesthouse SS Motorsports S10. He will face off now against Chris Lloyd in the Lloyd Custom Fabricators Chevelle. 1072 to the 1019 on the dial-ins, as already Lloyd pre-stage wanted to get going. And a bit too impatient to get going, as he will now turn on the red bulb. So Richard Love goes through. Brings up that next pairing here of Dell Northgraves over here in the Nova, dialed at a 1055 to race Grant Gordon. In the Ford Cycle Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart will be leaving first by just over a second and a half at a 1219 to the 1055. Closing in, but not closing quick enough. And Grant Gordon takes that one by a handy margin. Better on the tree by a good half a tenth of a second there. So Gordon will see himself into round number 2. Jeff Bell, dialed at a 959. Turns on the red light, and Ross Walker will move into the next round here of eliminations. Good light by Walker on the tree, a 006. It's just a shame his opponent went red, so he wasn't able to utilize that light at the top end. It's good practice, though, for that second round of eliminations. Craig Johnson brings up now the Johnson's Customs Exhaust Oldsmobile Cutlass out at an 1173 to race Derek Johnstone out of Cloverdale in his own Chevrolet. Will leave first with that 1317. Cutlass in hot pursuit of Chevrolet as Johnstone staying out in front and will maintain that run to the top end. 5 thou of a second, the margin of victory over Craig Johnson will push himself into the second round. And Craig Johnson, something that very rarely happens to him, finds himself eliminated in round number 1. That'll bring him now Dustin Hunter and Bryce Lowe. Buick versus a Falcon Fast Ford. 909 to the 1181. We know Hunter's fast. We'll see if he's patient on the line here. Patient he is. Gets away on the green light, trying to charge after Bryce Lowe. And cannot get around him. Bryce Lowe will move on into the next round as Dustin Hunter, after taking a win at the TNT West Coast Classics, will see himself eliminated in the first round. Brings up Rich Ray now. The Malibu trying to stay out in front of Steve Baskerville's Volkswagen Golf, and does so. Steve Baskerville, a driver that we usually see moving at least a few rounds into competition, will be eliminated in that opening round. And now the Malibu is into the second race. Defending king of the track, Lorenz Schwartz brings up the Titanium Auto Group Bubba Speed Shop Chevy Monte Carlo. to race against Ralph Ehlers in his Ellis Mustang Fox body, a 1024 to the 1068. And while it's a Mustang Fox body, not going to be a Fox body running in limited street this weekend, as Ehlers trying to pull in front of Lorenz Schwartz and will fall way behind. Lorenz Schwartz takes a 006 on the tree and runs that out the back door with a win to round 2. Nearing the end of the Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket elimination efforts here for the first round. Dennis Winton takes up the Shaggy Bel Air out of 1177. The racer he's going up against, Brian Vader, at a 1018. And Vader will go red, and Dennis Winton now will see himself pushing into round 2. And that will take us down to the good old diesel pickup. It's been a bit of a sleeper all day long. Hans Van Derzen takes the Hot Shot Secret Dirty Diesel Hardweight Performance Dodge Diesel pickup to race Sean Langley in the Mach 1 Hustler. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need you to the staging lanes. Super Pro, we need you to the staging lanes for first round of eliminations. That's Super Pro to the lanes. Bit of a soft launch for the diesel pickup. We'll see if that can translate to a win at the top end. It does not. Not aggressive enough out of the gate. Sean Langley will move to round number 2 as Hans Van Derzen will have to pack up and take it on home. That moves us to Daryl Tippy in the Chevy 2 out of the 1070 to race Mike Probin in the Probin Motors Nova. 940 dialed in that right lane. Out the back door to the quarter mile, and Daryl Tippy winning that race well on the starting line. Had a very healthy margin of a good half a second in front of Mike Probin. Brings us to Chris Stone and Walter Johnson. Dodge Dart going up against Chevelle. And Stone racing to the top end, trying to best a superior light. And goes under the, way under the dial in doing so. 0.3 of a second under for Chris Stone. Walter Johnson will move on into round number 2 with a 005 on the tree. Take up Ron Walsh in that Camaro Z28 from 1980 over here. TCS side racing Rob Monroe Jr. in the 1969 Acadian for ST Performance Gibson's Racing Transmissions Horizon Auto Body. We just saw him eliminated in Real Street, trying to stay in competition in Pro Bracket. And a 007 sends Monroe into round number 2. That's a 007 margin of victory as he was down on the tree. Better at the top end, though. And with that overall package, he'll push himself further forward. Bring up Rich Dyes with the buy run of the Transporter Logistics Nova for the final pass in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket for round number 1 of qualifying. Eliminations. Still got qualifying on the mind. So we roll now from Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket into Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman for their first elimination hit of the afternoon. Start line crew just doing a bit of last-minute touches on the starting line as we prep for Sportsman and Super Pro. And we'll try to get ourselves sorted for the second round of running. Colin Jackson takes the Datsun pickup to race against the Dart over in the Lordco lane. As we kick off first round of Sportsman eliminations, right lane leaves first with a 13.52 to Colin Jackson's 12.98. So with that first round of eliminations, the Datsun pickup finds himself eliminated by 0.06 of a second. That takes us to Cody Plews and Sylvia Hoogstens. Camaro versus Mustang. The 90s versus the 60s. Two different generations, and this one goes to the old as Cody Plews goes under the dial-in by 100. Sylvia Hoogstens is into the second round. Take out the next pair, and it's a pair of trucks now. Jeff Homan in the Peden Industries GMC will go up against Carson Barlow's 1359 C10. And a red light start for Carson Barlow. 008 red on the tree as Jeff Homan will move to round two. So it's Jeff Homan moving to the next round, being the best of the pickup runners. That brings us back to the cards. This is Gary Fawcett. Dials in at a 14.23 in his Plymouth to race Randy Hermson in the 1958 Oldsmobile, dialed at a 13.50. It's a long way up to that quarter-mile run for this pairing, and Fawcett breaking out by just 8 thousandths of a second. Ran a 4:22 on the 1423 dial. That is such a shame. Had that thing almost in the bag, and that takes the Scott Wilson in the Charlie Brown wagon to face off Tyler Dobson and his Dead Man Racing Ron's Engines Camaro. Quarter mile, give it up for Scott Wilson. Dobson not able to get around the driver out of Ladner, so Scott Wilson is into round 2. Eric Hansen brings up his 1968 Dart at a 1284 to race Sidney Jung in that Lordco Auto Parts Malibu. Of course, that Malibu formerly belonged to Dave Jung before passing the keys down to Sidney when she graduated from Junior Street. Back then, she ran an old 90s Camaro. And Sidney Jung follows through with a 12-13 with a 2 and the win light. Piscasek knocks out Roland Lowen as Roland will go 15th thou under the dial. Got there 8th thou first, but went too quick in the process. And that takes up Colin Moore and Rob Charlton. The Beaumont Pontiac down at a 14:21 to face off against the South Island Performance. In the 1981 Malibu, Charlton got married just earlier on Canada Day in 2023. This is their honeymoon, coming on out to Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, your Mission Raceway Park for some racing action. Hey, I dig it. Colin Moore trying to stay out in front of Rob Charlton. And will do so as the newlywed, unfortunately, going to find himself knocked out in the first round of eliminations early. Colin Moore is into round 2. Next up, Cody Smith in the Londonderry Outlaws Dodge to face off against Steve Baskerville. Baskerville found himself eliminated in round 1 back in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, trying to see if he can go one further in Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. And Baskerville knocked out in 2 now. So it's a horrid day for Baskerville as he's going to find himself now knocked out in both round 1 of Pro and Sportsman. And that actually, I believe, will wrap up Vancouver Car Wraps. Oh, never mind. I see a few more. Still sitting around. We're waiting in the wings. They're taking their time. Why not? It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. We're not under threat of rain. See Ryan Ledrette initiating that burnout over in the TCS lane. In his muffler, Tech Automotive Chevelle Dowell at a 1247, Nick Douglas will take up the SBB Racing Dodge Dart to take off. Dowell at an 1195. Over in the Lordco lane. Ledret and Douglas continue down the quarter mile, and at the top end, it'll be a win line for Nick Douglas as Ryan Ledret gets his Chevelle eliminated early on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. Old Car Center Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6 for a first round of eliminations. And that is going to now put Super Shifters on standby. BC McLeod, Super Shifters, you are on standby. As I believe still got a couple of passes in Sportsman. So we'll mosey on up. Charlie Langley will take up the Mach 1 Hustler out of Linden, Washington to face off against Rob Kleinbeekman in the Londonderry Outlaw Car Club Chevelle, calling it the Bandit. Hustler dialed in at the 1201, the Bandit dialed at 1172. Is there really a difference between the two? A Bandit and a Hustler, they're the same profession. Well, the Hustler going to go on red, wasn't able to hustle the Bandit for the win as Rob Kleinbeekman will take it into the next round. Sean Langley turns on the red light by 4 stinking thou. And Sean Langley going to move on to the pits. Kleinbeekman into round 2. That officially closes things out for Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. We roll into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Got the Catch 22 Camaro, bringing it on up for Brendan Rouse, dialed at a 10:35 over here in the TCS lane. Dustin Brewington out of Kennewick, Washington, once again bringing it up in the 90s Camaro over in the Lordco lane. $10.35 on the window for both of these drivers. Three thou red for Brewington, and he too will find himself knocked out in round number 1 of eliminations in Super Pro. While Keith Peterson has a tough task ahead of him. Peterson taking out the Super Gas Mustang. He'll face off against Justin Bond and the Dragster, a 990 to a 707. Peterson found himself knocked out of competition over in the final round of the box shootout that started yesterday. We finished it earlier this morning. Oh, and Justin Bond knocks the tree down with force as Keith Peterson moves to the next round. Bond knocked the tree down, went over half a second red. Looked like he left the second the first bulb was lit, let alone the other two. And with that, we're going to make a call. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We have a racer in distress, racer in distress. If anybody out there has a seal, Jim Schellenberg is in need of a seal that is half an inch thick on the inside, 1 inch thick on the outside, 0.329 inches thick. That is a half inch inside, 1 inch outside, 0.329 inch thick seal for Jim Schellenberg. You can find him in pit stall number 15. That is for Schellenberg, pit stall number 15. McNichol and Tabak fire up the racetrack, and Kevin McNichol by 17th out turns on the wind light. Next up, Jen Christensen in the Dragster to race Mark Muscat and the Lordco Auto Parts Muscat Racing Liquid Cooled Visa Chevrolet down to the 1016 to the 794. And Christensen takes the Dragster through to round number 2, knocking out Mark Muscan. And how about the light? 007 on the tree, and near perfect reaction time for Jen Christensen. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Keith Peterson, we need you to the timing tower, please. Keith Peterson, we need you up second floor of the timing tower. Keith Peterson to the timing tower. That is once again Keith Peterson. We need you to the timing tower, please, as soon as possible. Time sensitive, Keith Peterson to the timing tower. Mike Stewart brings up the Super Chicken Bucky's Mini Excavating Chevy 2 down to the 1001 to race Herman Chan in the Lordco Auto Parts Camaro. Side by side at 1,320 feet. Give it to Mike Stewart. Moves into round number 2. Next pairing up, Ted Bus brings up the Shawnigan Lake Straight Line Race Cars and Shawnigan Trucking Ford Roadster. Down to 914, leaves about a second prior to Kim Johnkind in the Yancer Dragster for Titanium Auto Group, JS Preferentials, Rad Torque Systems, and Fat Black Enterprises. Bus away, Johnkind away, Dragster chasing down the Roadster and makes the pass. Kim Johnkind will get around Ted Bus as Bus goes under the dial by 14th thou. Nick Angelucci now will bring up the Chevrolet Malibu down at a 1070. Will face off against Emily Gerard of the Sheer Solutions Just Mechanical Dragster down at a 750. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need super shifters to lanes 1 and 2. That is once again BC super shifters. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Stand by, super combo. Craig Johnson will take it up against Gary Fisher. Oldsmobile Cutlass for Johnson's Customs Exhaust going up against the Pinto. Dialed at a 925. And quarter mile, it'll be up to Craig Johnson. Gets there first by 7th over Gary Fisher. That will now bring up Stephen Robert in the Pitbull Mechanical Repairs Evil Bucket Roadster to face off once again against one of the last dragsters we got in the category. As, whoa, the dragster leaving before the tree was activated, well before the tree was activated. Stephen Robert even left before the tree was fully ready. He left half a second sooner, but it was several seconds sooner for the dragster as a weird run, that one. But Stephen Robert will take that win into round number 2. There's a small delay as just organizing something back here in the timing tower. We'll get back to the burnouts. Martin Rochelle out at a 1021 in his Chevy Malibu will go up against Anthony Katnick in his Mustang Fox body dialed at an 860. Katnick was trying to make the Doorslammer field all throughout yesterday. I do not believe he was able to successfully qualify into that field. So Katnick is going to find himself out of Doorslammers at least, but now trying to make himself with a run here in Super Pro. As I believe Anthony Katnick now bumping through the beams. Oh, and now, man, what is going on the starting line here? Now Richard Love is the one to bump straight through the beams. That's 3 in a row now, where cars have just gone straight through, and now it'll be Jeff Bell to take that one up into the Lordco Auto Parts lane. And that will bring up Jeremy Soares with the buy run. And the Soares Transport Hot Shot Dragster down at a 735. Soares will run through at a 737 and with a 9 at 180 miles an hour. And that takes us into Old Car Center Hot Rod for first round of eliminations. Jordan Almas brings out the Detonator Car Club Barracuda down at a 908. As Jerry was pointing out earlier today, very much lower to the ground than other Barracudas we've seen, like that of Jim Banky's. Robin Rosina lines up beside him. Monroe fires it up to the quarter mile, and it'll go the way of Jordan Almas, knocking Rob Monroe Sr. out in just the first round of eliminations in Hot Rod.
So Hot Rod is the category. You have to be running something that is 1969 and older with no electronics. Rob Monroe Jr. picks up the win in that 69 Acadian, goes 1095 and 121 miles an hour as Ken Hogue was off the dial and broke out. And that brings up Steve Wilson in the Mooch. I asked him in the pits this morning, why do you call it the Mooch? What happened? He said, well, it goes back a long ways where I was looking for parts and I was mooching parts off of this guy and mooching parts off of that guy. And they said, well, you should just call your car the Mooch. So he built that car on the others helping him. So that's great. And he's going to be going to the next round. 1034 to 128 miles an hour. Steve Wilson taking the 65 Acadian. Sponsored by Vinny Speed Shop, Fast Eddie, and G&L Electrical into round number 2. Here comes the purple dart of Don Almas and Blair Criddle. Criddle in that 27 Ford T Roadster. I'm pretty sure he's got 434 cubic inches of Chevy power under the small hood. Handicap going to the Dodge Dart. Roadster gonna have to try and catch him at the top end and does not do it. No, Don Almas takes the Dodge into round number 2, goes 987 to make that happen at 134 miles per hour. Old Yeller. I don't know how many of you remember that old movie, but that is the name of Larry Rodenizer's 1946 Ford. He is just sitting here in the back waiting for the right dial-in to go up on the scoreboard. That is what we talked about earlier in the morning. The drivers will look for their dial-in to be posted on the scoreboard at the top end, and if they see that it's not the right dial-in, they will wait until it is corrected, because if it's the wrong dial-in and they stage, they don't get a rerun. So the little Chevy Nova is out ahead of Rodenizer, and here comes Larry. Larry has to be careful not to go too quick over his dial, and he does not. He has lots of room, looking over and says, I got space. 10:30. 10.30 was the winning time at 97 miles an hour. Here's Randy Hermson now coming up. He's driving that big 3,800-pound 58 Oldsmobile. Randy lives about 5 minutes away from the racetrack, and he is always here early. He is always taking care of the facility, picking up bits and pieces of stuff that shouldn't belong on the pit lane roads, and he calls his Oldsmobile the Winged Behemoth. In the other lane, Sylvia Hoogston in the Mustang is going to try and, no, doesn't do it. Randy picks up the win. He had the head start, managed to stay out in front, dialed in at 13:53, and he runs at 13:68 to win. Rob Hodgson here and Matt Warner. Hey, check out Matt's launch. That Mercury out of Sumas, Washington is always up on the rear wheels. Wow. So Rob Hodgson out first. Hey, attention to the pits, super calm. Attention, Super Comp. We need you to the lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Comp. Bring them up to lanes 3 and 4. So Rob Hodgson picks up the win, goes 10:78 in the process, and goes 122 miles an hour. Rob will be advancing into round number 2 of the hot rod category, as Brad Owens and Terry Charles stage up. They're both pre-staged now and roll forward another 7-8 inches. To break the stage beams, starter flips a switch. Handicap comes down in favor of Terry Charles in his 56 Chevy. The 55 is going to be looking to be out in front at the 1320. And Brad Owens is good. 999 on a 967 dial. And that brings up Dennis Winton. 66 Bel Air wagon that he calls Shaggy. In the other lane, Bill Chevy Nova, dialed in at 1075. Winton dialed in at 1180. Handicap start going his way. They say that 90% of races are won on the start line. And let's see how that works out. Yes, the Nova reaction time, perfect. Trip zip. And so Daryl Tippy will advance into the next round with a perfect reaction time mug going his way. Ran at 1082 at 114. Here's John Van Capel and Jerry Brabander. Jerry's a 2022 California Hot Rod Reunion champion in that little Chevy 2. He leaves first. Here comes John, wheels up launch. John's out of Quesnel. Goes 979 for the win. John Van Capel. 136 miles an hour. Now Tim Cordner and Sean Langley, next pair in the hot rod category. Tim from Victoria, that's a 55 Studebaker pickup truck that he calls Freak Child. You don't see many of those on the racetrack, that's for sure. Sean Langley, 69 Mach 1. Lyndon, Washington is home. Wind light comes on for Sean Langley. Goes 12:10, 110 miles an hour to advance. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle. We're calling you now to 5 and 6. Motorcycle to 5 and 6. And that means juniors, you are on standby. Juniors on standby. Motorcycle 5 and 6, please. So here we go with Andy Antle out of Lacklahash, driving that Ford F100. It's a quick pickup. Going for a vintage look on that thing. Not much of a difference, but at the stripe, wow, that Dodge Dart got the win, 13:59, 97 miles an hour, taking Andy out of competition. Pay attention to the pits, Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers, you're on a 25-minute standby. Doorslammers, 25-minute standby call for you. So John Sayer and Dustin Hunter. Saw John in the pits. He wisely corrected me on my Summit ET Series final location. It's not in Pomona, he said. It's in Las Vegas. So thank you, John. I stand corrected. John Sayer will advance, taking the 68 Dodge to an 1195, 112 miles an hour win in this first round of Hot Rod. As Mark Brenzinger and Jim Benke roll up into the stage beams. The out-of-time Chevy Nova, sponsored by Vinny's Speed Shop and Bail Bonds. Vinny is Mark Brenzinger's cat. Wheels up for both drivers. Benke a little bit higher than Mark. Barracuda out there, and good for the win. 10:16 at 127 miles an hour for Jim Benke's Cuda. Sponsored by Rad Torque and Titanium Auto Group. Jim Benke moving on into round number 2 of Hot Rod. Brings up Jamie Wellwood, backing up at a terrific pace. So it looks like a competition single for Jamie Wellwood in his little Bantam Altered as he charges off to the stripe. Uncontested on the other side, his competition not able to make the call. Wellwood goes 8:15 at 161 miles an hour. And that, I believe, is going to do it for Hot Rod. So next up, BC Super Shifters. The Super Shifter category is sort of a series within a series, presented by BC, well, presented by McLeod, really. McLeod Racing, your number one stop in drivetrain components. These guys are, and gals, are using both feet, both arms, and that Chevelle is pumping and banging all weekend long, backfiring. I actually had to look up what the cause of that might be, and he might be too. That's Andrew Camello. Gets the win. The backfiring doesn't seem to have hindered his performance in any way. He ran at 12:25 at 114 miles an hour. So we'll be listening for him in round 2 of BC Super Shifters. Rich Graves now and Terry Hoogston. Hoogston is driving that 71 VW Carmen Ghia. El Camino over here. And Rich Graves says the sponsor shout-out goes to his wife. So shifting their way down the quarter mile. Manual shifting in play here as they work it. And the win light comes on for Terry Hoogston. Takes the Carmen Ghia into the next round. Runs a 12:11 at 108 miles an hour. John DePork and Scott Winterbottom, and it is Scott Winterbottom turning on the red light. That's right, he runs a 942, and it's all for naught because the red bulb was on. So John DePork takes that Chevy Camaro into round number 2 of Hot Rod, 10:38 at 128 miles an hour. Here comes Super Shifter former champion Jamie Roth in his 64 Comet. Ford power under the hood. Roth from Langley. Dialed in at 10:03, the slower of the two cars. Keith Winterbottom's Chevy Camaro. Here on the tower side, dialed in at a 978, is going to be trying to make up the distance between the two of them, and it will be a win light for Jamie Roth. Goes 10:08, 108 miles an hour, 128 miles an hour rather, for Jamie Roth. Keith going 980, but not quick enough. Hey, attention in the pits, Junior Street. We need Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Bring them up, Junior Street to 5 and 6. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and Junior Street 5 and 6. By run then for BC Super Shifters to close that out, 10:60. Good for the win because of its being a by run. Odd number of cars in the category. So we now move into the Super Combo category, where this is index racing. Keith Peterson, 990 and the index, and he hits it. Goes 10:01, so nowhere close to the 990, but a lot closer than Glenn Eagleton was on his run. So give the win to Keith Peterson. 143 miles an hour in his Boss Haas Mustang. Here's another Mustang, Jerry Epp and Robert Love in the Chevy Nova. So both of these cars using throttle stops and delay boxes. Jerry Epp on it a long ways. He can run a lot quicker. He just needs to slow down to run that 1090. And he runs a 1094, but that wasn't close enough as the wind light comes on for Robert Love. 1028 at 106 miles an hour. So Martin Rochelle completes his burnout here in this next pairing. And Martin's been running this car for a long time, and he knows it well. Malibu typically runs in the 1090 Super Street class. In the other lane, it is a Super Gas car that would be in the 990s. You can see that on the scoreboard. They are racing against that index on the scoreboard. Ten flat, and the wind light comes on for Brandon Hutchison. 10 flat at 143 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits, final call for motorcycle. Final call for motorcycle. This is your call. You should be in the staging lanes right now. Final call for motorcycle. So Dan Parsons stages up now, up against Steve Lowe in this first round of Super Combo. Parsons from Powell River and Lowe from Langley. Both of them 1090. Let's see who gets to the stripe first. Win light for Dan Parsons. 1097. 1097 at 128 miles an hour. Steve Lowe was actually quicker at 1093, but had a much slower reaction time. Parsons' reaction time was 005. Like I say, running a 1097 for the win. Here comes Mark Downing and Warren Jacobson now. Again, two 1090 cars. So red light for Warren Jacobson takes him out of competition. He's out of here. 1092 for Mark Downing. 144 miles an hour for the win. The Maple Ridge Malibu going on to the next round in the Super Combo category. All of which brings us into motorcycle. 750 and slower, with no electronics accepted in the motorcycle category. So Daryl Storzik over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, sponsored by Leak Pro and Life Made Easy Home Cleaning Services. So Daryl wants to send a big shout out to those folks. In the other lane, Tom Turan, the Kraken, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports. It is Storzik with the win, 861, 150 miles an hour. So Daryl moving on in motorcycle, getting more points. Wild Bill over here, Tower Side. Al Oman, multi-time track champion over on the spectator side on his 2007 Kawasaki, sponsored by Thrifty's Machine Shop. Wild Bill, well, Wild Racing. What more do you need to say? It's going to be Al Oman, goes 925 at 139 miles an hour for the win. So the motorcycle rider getting some specific instruction as to where the crew member thinks it's best to stage up the bike. Staying pretty close to the right-hand side of the groove before pulling it into the center. And runs a 1043. 1043 at 118 miles an hour. So Junior Street now coming up into the staging lanes. First two going to be James McNeil and Dallas Nassie. Looks like Honda versus Nissan. Hey, tension in the pits. The tension in the pits. We have a racer in distress here that is looking for a seal. 500 inside, 1 inch outside. And, well, the thickness is not that critical, I guess.
329 thick.
329 is what he'd like. So if you've got a seal that is in that range, or that size, I should say, head over to the Schellenberg pit. Number 15, pit 15. I didn't even know they had numbers. There you go.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So I'm told the undefeated Tyler Smith, who is in the tower side, up against Taryn Monroe, looking to make this 6 in a row, and Taryn goes red. So Tyler moving on. So Jack Johnson and Sophia Getz were the two running down track, and it's a red light for the Mustang of Sophia. Jack Johnson goes 11:06 at 63 miles an hour to pick up a win. And here is Richard Peterson. He is on a bye because of the odd number of vehicles in the junior street category. So big weekend for the Junior Dragster program here on the Sunday edition of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Junior Drag Racing League is racing for a lot of cash and a legitimate Wally. They had one yesterday, and they have a second Wally that they're racing for today. Have a big shout out to all the sponsors: Peden Industries, The Classics, TNT Motorsports, Badass Garage, Bubba Speed Shop, and AFD Quality Fuels and Lubricants, along with the Titanium Auto Group. So we do pass on hearty congratulations to all of the Junior Dragster competitors here, and I'm sure that they are all keen on looking at for their share of the prize money up for grabs, along with the Wally. Start things off with Bentley Johnson, as we are in the Thunder category. The slower of the two. Thunder will move up into the quicker Lightning category, but we have upwards of 17 Junior Dragsters in the Thunder category. And we start with Bentley Johnson and Owen Armstrong here. They race to the 8th mile. It's a handicap system, exactly the same as the big cars. And they stage them, and we send them down to the 8th mile. Handicaps going to the red dragster. That's Owen Armstrong from Chilliwack. Here comes the tree for Bentley. Bentley will be charging after Owen and hope to get by him by the 8th mile, and does. So Bentley picks up the win that round, 8:98 at 71 miles an hour. Emily White and Ashton Katnick. Emily White, sponsored by Lordco, Pioneer Truck, TNT, Walco Industries. Dialed in at 9:15. That's what it says on the scoreboard. Ashton, 11:94. So Ashton over on the Lordco lane is going to be getting a ginormous head start here. And Ashton will be up to speed. It'll be up to Emily with her quicker Junior Dragster to get past, but not go too quick. And that's what she did. She broke out, went under the dial, running 8:98 on a 9:15 dial. So the win comes on for Ashton, who goes 12:02 at 53 miles an hour. So Ashton Katnick advancing into the next round. Next pair is Connor Jackson and Cadence Rodrigue. So Connor over here on the tower side, the white and black dragster from Abbotsford, 2009 model, sponsored by TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, and Lordco Auto Parts. You can see all of that signage on the side of the Junior Dragster. And Cadence Rodrigue down from Chilliwack with her blue flamed out Junior Dragster. Now, Cadence is 11:68 dial-in, so Cadence will be getting the handicap start. Connor goes 8:90. A win light comes on for Connor Jackson from Abbotsford, 891, 71 miles an hour. Adam Katnick and Hunter Gallant next up. So Adam Katnick over here on the tower side, TK Performance, sponsored by that company, family company, TK Performance, and Hunter Gallant, sponsored by BDL Automotive, Super Steve's Tires, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Paint by Rodrigue. So not much of a handicap going to Hunter, and not able to stay out in front as Adam Katnick goes 9-11 for the win, 71 miles an hour. Wes Armstrong now, and April Bond. April in the pink and black dragster on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Out of Mission, dialed in 9:01. And Wes Armstrong from Chilliwack, part of the Armstrong team. Pair of junior dragsters, 11:93. So Wes will be getting the handicap of almost 2 seconds. 3 seconds, actually. So Wes is going to be way out in front. His sponsorships include Fountain Tire, Chilliwack, Sea to Sky Law.ca, and Badass Garage. April, sponsored by Dad. That's JBS Equipment, by the way. Justin Bond Equipment. So Wesley goes red, and that gives the win to April Bond, who goes 9:05 on a 9:01 dial, 71 miles per hour. So Jack Green now rolls up over here tower side. In the other lane, Natanya Peterson, all the way down from Grand Prairie. Natanya, winner from last night. Looking to advance rounds here today. Collect another Wally. So Jack moves out. Red light start for Natanya. So leaving a whole bunch too soon. So win light comes on for Jack. And he will advance, running a 14:18 at 43 miles an hour. Alex Green, then, part of that Green family racing triumvirate. He's over here tower side. No information yet for the competitor on the Lordco side of the racetrack. That racer is dialed in at 10:10. Alex 11:96. So Alex will be getting the handicap start here. Both junior dragsters off and running, and see who gets to the 8th mile stripe first. It's going to be Alex, running a 12:14 at 52 miles an hour. So I do have to make amends here. It was pointed out to me that while I was reading off a lot of the sponsors, and all of these great sponsors are helping to make this junior dragster program what it is, they get to win a Wally, but they have all those other sponsors, and I neglected to mention Thrifty Machine Shop, who has a prize. One lucky racer will receive the best package prize from Thrifty Machine Shop. And so we want to say a big thank you to Thrifty Machine Shop for making that prize available. And also there's some cash on the line for JR Machine Services. So a couple of other sponsors that I neglected to mention earlier. And we do want to say thank you to all of our sponsors. We couldn't do this without you, or it would be a lot harder to do it without you. So we certainly appreciate your involvement. Thrifty Machine Shop and JR Machine Services. So Hunter Thompson rolls up now. And again, waiting for information on the racer in the other lane. The handicap will go to the Lordco side. That racer's dialed in at 14:15. Hunter Thompson getting the tune-up go-ahead from Justin Bond. Dialed in at 8:96. So there we see the Lordco lane leaving. Wind light comes on for Hunter Thompson, 899. 899 at 73 miles an hour. Good for the win. Here comes that third Green Brothers racing car, Nate Green. And up in the other lane, Isabella Marshall. Hey, attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. We need you in the lanes, please. Doorslammers, bring them up. We'll put you in 5 and 6 with overflow in 3 and 4. Doorslammers, bring them up. So Nate Green dialed in at 10:98, going first off the line. And here comes Isabella Marshall, dialed in at 8:93. So the quicker of the two junior dragsters in pursuit of Nate. Breaks out in the process. Isabella goes too quick by 7 thousandths of a second. Just a mere 7 thousandths, and she ran too quick. 8:92 was her elapsed time, dialed in at 8:93, so just heartbreaking for the Marshall team, but it's Nate Green that's moving on into the next round. So 55 miles an hour, 11:07, good for that win. And that should do it for Junior Thunder. We'll get a little bit noisier and a little bit quicker and roll into Junior Lightning. The Lightning category is for youngsters 13 to 17 years of age and older. And they can run as quick as 7.50 at 89.99 miles per hour. I believe that this will be Colton Morin's last year in the Lightning category. He already has the full-size dragster in the pits. Picked it up in Edmonton when they were up there. And so he will be stepping up. and talking to him earlier in the race weekend, boy, he is ever so anxious to get in the big car. So Colton, on a competition single, runs a 799, 81 miles an hour. Was supposed to have Emma Debris-Coos in the other lane, but Emma not able to make the call, and so that was a competition single for Colton Morin to advance in the Junior Lightning category. Abigail White and Lincoln Shirk. So Abigail, sponsored by Lordco, Pioneer Truck, TNT, and Walco Industries. Over here in the blue Dragster, dialed in at 790. This is pretty much heads up because Lincoln's dialed in at 794. Not sure that your eyes are good to see 0.04 of a second on that tree coming down. If you can, you're better than I am in the eye department. Lincoln Shirk, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque, JBS, and JS Power Sports. Lincoln doing his traditional rocking in the car to get it up there in the staging beams. Eighth mile win goes to Lincoln, 797 on a 794 dial, 81 miles an hour. So Lincoln Shirk going to be advancing. Carrying on in Junior Lightning, then CL Gagnon and McKenna Thompson. Once again, Justin Bond doing the tune-up on the Junior Dragster for McKenna Thompson. Out of mission, CL from Vancouver Island. CL's dad, Nate Gagnon, driving the Top Fuel Harley. He's doing the tune-up, has been since CL got into that Junior Dragster. She is one young lady who loves to go fast and is looking forward to going quicker after she ages out of this category. CL dialed in at 795, McKenna 799. So once again, it is going to be virtually heads up on the Christmas tree. CL sponsored by Rad Torque and Titanium Auto Group, of course. and McKenna Thompson, JBS. Red light start for CL. That's heartbreaking. So CL goes red. McKenna Thompson picks up the win, goes 7.99 at 78 miles an hour. Lexi Winterbottom, Nick Bond. Next two coming up, and again, this is in the Junior Lightning category, and it is, as before, not much of a difference on the tree. A 790 to a 797, so 7/100ths of a second difference in the handicap start here that will be going in favor of Nick Bond over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Langley is home for Lexi, Mission home for Nick. They're both pre-staged. They'll bump forward a little bit more, and Lexi's in. And Nick is just in now, and here comes the tree. So no red lights to contend with here. It's going to be a win light for Nick Bond. Goes 8.04 at 76 miles an hour. So Nick Bond will be advancing into the next round of Junior Lightning. So the Summit Junior Drag Racing League is certainly one of the biggest success stories of the NHRA in a long, long time, and we're certainly happy here at Mission Raceway to have such a strong contingent of junior racers on the property, offering kids from the ages of 5 to 17 all of the opportunity to experience that thrill of drag racing, but in a controlled environment here, weekend after weekend. You know, if you follow the big circuit, the NHRA national events, many of today's Camping World professional competitors got their start in junior dragsters. You can name a long list like Erica Enders and Sean Langdon and J.R. Todd and Leah Pruitt. That's just a few names. So it's a great place to start your racing career and to move up and into the bigger cars, into the faster cars. And so if you're interested in your family getting involved, I mean, head into the pits and talk to some of the families that have their pit areas all filled with junior dragsters and have a chat. Find out how you, too, could be spending your racing afternoons as a family here at Mission Raceway or wherever you call home.
I'm Kevin Ness, and this is Mission Raceway Park. Mission Raceway is a quarter-mile drag strip, a 9-turn 1.2-mile road course, an autocross track, a drift track, and even a motocross track. It's conveniently located in the city of Mission, BC, 1 hour outside of Vancouver. The facility sits at sea level, which gives it an advantage over many other tracks around, making it a record-setting place for many motorsports. If you already follow our socials, you know that in partnership with Titanium Auto Group, we're going to be giving one lucky subscriber the chance to win this 2006 Mustang GT. I know it looks stock right now, but this badass 2006 Mustang GT is going to be a legitimate street strip cruiser when we're done with it. The majority of you that watch the channel don't even subscribe to us, so now's your chance to go hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications while you're at it. The faster we get to 10,000 subscribers, the closer you'll be to cruising this GT down the Titanium Strip. So make sure to like and share this video with all your friends for the best chances of winning.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible. Not power like a superpower with laser eyes, more like power with financial advice and spreadsheets. Oh yes. Because with great goals comes great responsibility, something we've taken to heart for more than 80 years. When you have the freedom to live the life you want, that's when your possible becomes real. So let's talk. Gulf and Fraser, power your possible. At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible.
At home with the live feed.
The little Ford Ranger, the vanishing one stunt team. And the wind light. Association here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expecting pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Sure, the replay is about Valley's Production. This is just the beginning, folks.
So you can tell that the start line crew is busy at work once again on a day like this where it is hot and sticky out there. The rubber is going down a little bit more than normal, and also we have such a big field of cars that more rubber is being laid on the racing surface. So that is why you're seeing the scraping, just to get some of that excess rubber so that it doesn't peel up when the Doorslammers hit or when some of the other big tire cars come on and do their eliminations. So we'll just be down doing this for a couple of more moments, getting the start line in ship shape. And also we have got Doorslammers in the lanes ready for their second round of competition, along with the Super Combo cars and others like that we are working through the different fields. Lots of great racing yet to come our way. Thank you for hanging out with us here on this Smoke, Fire, and Thunder Sunday. That's the third day of race weekend, or if you count Thursday, and I guess we should, fourth day. Lots of money up for grabs here today for the junior dragsters, as well as all the other racing competitors. So good to see the Jet Dragster, the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car, make its run earlier this afternoon, and ran about 253. That was the goal, 250. So if you were here, you saw that, and that's always a treat. Hopefully everybody got a picture of that, some video of that, and you enjoy that over and over and over again. So we will be down just for a couple of minutes here as we do the track preparation, but we will return. We have talked about sponsors a number of times, and you will probably have heard Nolan and I talk about how some of the core sponsors, like the Titanium Auto Group, have been really stepping up the program here at Mission Raceway. And one of the names that keeps coming up is Bubba's Speed Shop. They are a shop that specializes in turning cars of all different makes and models into serious speed machines. They perform all kinds of upgrades based on each individual customer's needs. So whether it's just a minor modification or whether it's an all-out custom vehicle, Bubba's is the place for you. They recognize that a hot rod build can be differently interpreted by each and every customer. So they build each car exactly to the customer's specifications, providing suggestions along the way, and that's always helpful. Bubba's Speed Shop is capable of performing a vast array of specialized services. They can handle restorations, hot rod builds, drag car setups, performance vehicle maintenance, as well as your daily general maintenance in your daily driver. So you name it, Bubba's Speed Shop can handle it. They are located at, this is the address, 310 20630 Mufford Crescent in Langley. You can also check out them on the Facebook page, Bubba's Speed Shop. So I want to thank Bubba's for a lot of their participation, sponsoring different cars and aspects of the racing weekend. Another one of those sponsors is Vancouver Car Wraps. They sponsor one of the class categories in the Summit ET Racing Series, as does Bubba's Speed Shop. Vancouver Car Wrap's mission is to be the company that consumers can rely on to handle all their automotive vinyl installations, auto detailing, and automotive signage needs. They're not only true masters of the art of applying vinyl graphics, but they also have 20-plus years of detailing experience in the auto industry. And they conduct themselves in a reliable and professional business manner while tending to all of your automotive needs. Simply stated, they possess the skill sets necessary to complete a broad range of automotive applications and creations. You can find Vancouver Car Wraps. They are at Unit 302-20630 Mufford Crescent. That's just down the road from Langley Costco and directly in behind PDR Diesel to check them out and see how they can help you. So water is going down in the water box. The tractor is coming off of the track. If you're not within sight of the racing surface, I would suggest you head back into the stands. We have got a rerun to take place between two competitors in the Super Comp category. I stand corrected. Super Pro, the Super Pro category rerun. There was a technical glitch in the tree, which caused it to not work the way that the two drivers expected. There are lots of setups on the Christmas tree. It's not just a matter of stage and then come down. Sometimes one driver will be able to see a bulb light up, knowing the other side of the tree has come down. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And so each racing class has some specifics as it relates to the tree, and that is plugged into the electronics on the vehicle. So that's why this is a rerun from about an hour ago. Keith Peterson and Justin Bond. They will roll in, and you can see on the scoreboard, Keith Peterson has 990 on the scoreboard. That is his dial-in. And Justin Bond 709 for the Dragster. So here we go. Let's see how this shakes out this time. Keith Peterson bumping in ever so carefully, and the same for the Dragster. Here comes the tree. Keith is off. Throttle stop comes in. Justin Bond waits patiently and then is charging after that Mustang. But the Mustang gets there first with a 990, dead on the dial. Dead on with a 4.8. So 990 at 160 miles an hour, and I'm going to say Keith Peterson's probably going to be a happy racer at this point. So we kick off round 2 of Canada West Doorslammers this weekend, presented by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. And we start things off with Adam DeYoung. Adam DeYoung in the 67 Camaro that, as I was going to say, his dad used to drive. Jason Field. Jason Field is in the 71 Chevelle here on the tower side. Again, it's all about handicaps and getting a good light and not going quicker than the dial-in on your window. So Jason Field has dialed in 813 on the scoreboard at the top end. Adam DeYoung, 853. So Adam's getting about a 0.4 of a second handicap start here. They work on a 4/10 pro tree. Wind light comes on for Adam DeYoung. He goes 858 at 156 miles per hour. Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mod, we're putting you on standby. Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mod, we're putting you on standby. So Ray Rusiani and Peter Lucanis will be the next two here in round 2 of Canada West Doorslammers. Ray Rusiani and Peter Lucanis, Kelowna. Home for Ray, Peter Coquitlam. Ray driving the yellow Chevy 2 and Peter the 63 Corvette. The Corvette will be getting the handicap start. They head down the quarter mile, and it is going to be a win light for Ray Rusiani. Goes 827, 162 miles an hour. So Ray will advance into the next round. So Mike McMahon from Chilliwack, he's in the old school Camaro with the stacks, the injector stacks sticking out of the hood. He's also got a great OK EV sticker on the back of the car that I think confuses a lot of race fans. Sleeker Camaro in the tower side gets the win, 831, 160 miles an hour. Andy Hatton and Jan Christensen now. Andy Hatton got that Grinch wrapped on the hood of the car. Good looking representation of what that car's all about. Grinch spoiling the race event for others. That's what the Grinch was all about. Jan Christensen getting the handicap start. Trading time between the Dragster and the door car, and it's a win light for Andy Hatton. 831, 155 miles an hour. Andy said he was feeling real confident about the car. Was only going to make a couple of qualifying hits, and his confidence seems to be paying off. Car is going rounds and running consistent, and that's what you want. Dialed in at 828. Goes 831. Backing up from the burnouts right now, Mike Bedsworth from Marysville over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. So Lane Woolley getting the handicap over here, tower side in the Duster. Duster is not going to get past Mike Bedsworth, though, as Bedsworth comes around him with a 724 on a 716 dial. 002 reaction time for Mike Bedsworth, though. That is a pretty stellar reaction time in the Doorslammer category. As Scott Robinson brings up the 94 Beretta, and Paul Soares in the 95 Grand Am. So Paul Soares out of Terrace. 806 on the scoreboard is the dial-in. He leaves first. Scott's going to hunt him down, but Paul goes red. Red light for the red car. Win light for Scott Robinson, 774 at 176 miles an hour. So the Chilliwack racer picking up another round win as Grant Howell completes his burnout in the 37 Chevy. And right behind him will be Terry Langdon Davies. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harleys to the lanes, please. Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harleys to the lanes. This is your call, bring them up. So Terry Langdon Davies in the black and purple, 41 Willys. The orange and purple, 37 Chevy, that is Grant Howell from Victoria. Terry Langdon Davies will be leaving first on the handicap start with an 820 dial as opposed to Howell's 7.80. So Grant Howell turns on the red light, handing victory to Terry Langdon Davies for this round. 821 on an 820 dial, 153 miles an hour. So Terry Langdon Davies advancing into round number 3 of Canada West Doorslammers this weekend, presented by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. Otto Schulte over on the Lordco side, the spectator side of the raceway. Dale Jansen here on the tower side. Jansen from Armstrong, driving that sort of orangey copper-colored 1966 Canso. It's a great-looking car, award-winning car, but also Otto Schulte is fast. So Jansen turning on the red light. He knew he had to take every bit off the tree as he could. Otto Schulte goes 755 on a 755 dial, dead on. He was off the dial by 43 ten-thousandths of a second. He is that consistent. So Otto Schulte moving on into the next round as John DeYoung backs up from his 330-foot burnout. Howie Winklehorst has his 55 Chevy rolling up. Much more modest burnout. So John DeYoung from Abbotsford, as is Howie Winklehorst. 55 Bel Air, 620 cubic inches under the hood, up against that 598 cubic inch big block Chevy under the hood of the Camaro. Here comes John DeYoung. Green lights on both sides here with a win light for, wow, Howie Winklehorst. Pulls out a win, stays out in front of John DeYoung. John was close. Howie was closer. had a better reaction time, 8:34 on an 8:30, but had an 04 light as opposed to an 07 light for John D. Young. So Howie Winklehorst moving on into the next round. Margin of victory in that last pair was 0.005 of a second. So Tom Katnick and Darren Buick now. Katnick in the 68 Camaro, 67 Nova in the other lane. Darren Buick from Mission and Katnick from Maple Ridge. So Darren Buick leaving first on that 864 dial and getting to the stripe. It's Tom Katnick first, 761 on a 759 dial. So Tom Katnick taking the 68 Metal Flake Camaro into round number 3 of Doorslammers. Hey, attention in the pits as we watch Brian Ritchie take the Chevelle down track. By run, 802 on an 8-flat dial. And attention in the pits, limited street. We need limited street to lanes 1 and 2. Limited street to lanes 1 and 2. And we have already called Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harleys to the lanes. So competition single for Brad Powell as his competitor not able to make the call. 850 for the win here. Lyndon Washington racer will advance into round number 3, running 157 miles an hour. So that is going to take care of round 2 of Canada West Doorslammers. We move into... Can you smell the nitro in the air? Well, you can't, but you will. Top Fuel Harleys running on nitromethane coming up next. Say attention in the pits. Once again, attention in the pits. Limited street and real street. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. And Pro, you are on standby. Limited street and real street, though, lanes 1 and 2. Pro, you are on standby. So Top Fuel Harley fired up and ready to go. Think of it, 1,000 pounds is what they weigh. They've got about 1,000 horsepower. You start them standing on the side to avoid laying on top of the manifold just in case. And even at that, when you're laying on top of it, you are wearing sort of like a Kevlar vest. Burnout complete. Nate Gagnon had a great run last night. Jim Schellenberg not able to make the call as so wheels way up over to the 8th mile, 6:49 at 215 miles an hour. Wow, 6:49. That is a great pass for Nate Gagnon to set the field. Absolutely spectacular. The record for Top Fuel Harleys here at Mission Raceway is something that goes back to about, 2014. So, looking at the Top Fuel Harley records, it was Damian Cowden who set that back in September 7th of 2014 at 6:24. So, Nate going 6:49, inching ever closer to resetting that record, and something both the ET and mile per hour set in September of 2014. Well, it is time to see some new records on the books. I mentioned that Jim Schellenberger might not be making a run, but do you see him in the staging lanes? So it looks like I was wrong. Ron Hunet and Pete Waugh. So Ron from right here in Mission, Pete in the other lane. Ron's over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. So, best case scenario for a Top Fuel Harley run is that front wheel is up at least to 330 feet, if not longer, and you're using a lot of body English to keep it in the groove. Here we go. Boy, Ron Hunet struggling to keep it in the groove, struggling and still almost out of it. 7:11 for Pete Waugh, 7:05 for all that struggling. 7:05 was the quicker of the two, 180 miles an hour. So a great run for Ron Hunet. So next pair then going to be making their run. So it looks like Jim Schellenberger is actually fired up and ready to go. So next two, let's see how they manage to traverse the quarter mile here. Both under power the whole time. And Schellenberger goes 671, 207 miles an hour. So that's a pretty great run for the Schellenberger team. 671, 207, 779 in the other lane, 124 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro, we need you to the lanes. Pro, bring them up to the lanes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro. This is your call to the lanes. Sportsman, you're on standby. While I was doing a little walk around in the pits earlier, I did manage to see quite a few of the racers with their merch tents up and selling merch. So hopefully you'll have an opportunity as you wander through the pits to see some of those tents and pick up some souvenirs and support the racers as they are doing such a great job here at Mission Raceway. Everything that we can do to help them, it certainly helps everybody enjoy a great day at Mission Raceway. Also, if you are looking around the facility, you'll see all sorts of signage for various sponsors who have also contributed in a way to the racing here. And so if there are products that you are looking for, we ask that you consider all of these advertisers to satisfy that need. And as you support them, they support us, and it is the great big circle of life. So I want to thank all of you race fans for joining us here on this Smoke, Fire, and Thunder Sunday. We are just minutes away from sending more motorcycles. Safety crew is getting back into position at the top end. And we'll be back into racing action here in just a second. Both motorcycles staged, and tree comes down. Problems getting into gear on the Lordco side. 746, though, on the TCS lane, 190 miles an hour. As you look out onto the drag strip, you see the signage there by the Christmas tree, the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. Titanium Auto Group is the Lower Mainland's leading pre-owned car dealership, offering nothing but the finest in pre-owned vehicles. So regardless of budget, Titanium provides you with a first-rate buying experience. They deal in only the most exceptional pre-owned cars, trucks, and minivans and SUVs because that is what their customers have come to respect. Check them out, the titaniumautogroup.ca. So here we go with Super Combo. This is an index class, so 890, 990, and 1090, and we have lumped all of the racers in one class. It's not necessarily a track class, but they run together as an organized group. And so we have got our first pair, Martin Rochelle, 1090. You can see that on the scoreboard at the top end. Lordco side, Brandon Hutchison, that's a super gas car that runs in a 990 index. And he goes red in the Roadster. So Martin Rochelle picking up the win. First pair, 1094 on a 1090 index. Martin Rochelle advancing into the next round as Jerry Epp and Bob Lowe get set for their pair-off. Ford versus Chevy here. 66 Mustang versus 67 Nova. So again, Bob with an 890 on the scoreboard. And he also goes red. He goes 2 red as Jerry Epp will pick up the win here and goes 1096 on a 1090. 1096 at 147 miles per hour. Jerry Epp sponsored by a host of individuals and has won the Nats in Vegas, Division 6 Super Street, and won 5 National Opens. But next up is Mark Downing and Warren Jacobson. Mark from Maple Ridge and Warren from Mission. So 2 1090 cars. All these cars, of course, can go quicker. The goal is not to. Red light again for Warren Jacobson. Win light comes on for Mark Downing, who goes 1092. Warren Jacobson was just 1/1000th of a second red. Dan Parsons and Steve Lowe next up. 1970 Duster and 1968 Camaro. Steve Lowe, Lordco side from Langley. And Dan Parsons from Powell River, Quality Racing Duster. And it's again 2 1090 cars. .1092 for Steve Lowe, but it is Dan Parsons, 1092 with a 9. That is your winner with a 002 reaction time, getting him there to the stripe first. Margin of victory was just about 12/1000ths of a second. Glenn Eagleton and Keith Peterson. Keith coming off the throttle stop, and will he get around Glenn? He does. Goes 996 on a 990 dial. So Keith Peterson having a good day at the racetrack, advancing into the next round of Super Combo.
So it looks like we're going to be rolling back into some West Coast Pro Modified action as a few more exhibition passes taking place here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Following that, we should have the Gulf and Fraser Limited Street Final, and I believe just after that we will be having the Jerry's OK Tire Real Street Final as well. So we'll finally get set to be ready to close things out from our Saturday program for the West Coast Outlaws. Of course, the 275s, again, are not going to be opting to finish their race today. They are opting to do so on a September race. So instead, we shall move on over into West Coast Pro Modifieds, and we'll kick things off with Nick Duda, bringing it up over here in his Outlaw 10.5 machine. A 1963 Corvette sponsored by Performance World, making the trip out from Langley. This car's got a lot of pace underneath. We've seen him make some great hits so far this weekend, and he's looking to cap off this Sunday afternoon on a high. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. White Corvette, license plate number TK793A. You need to move your vehicle. That is a white Chevrolet Corvette, license plate number TK793A. Please move your vehicle. You are blocking a trailer in. Nick Duda bumps the Corvette forward towards the pre-stage beams and gets set for that 8th mile pull. Oh, way up in the tire shake, and we'll have to coast that run through. It was 006 on the tree, though, so a solid reaction time. It's just a shame Duda not able to follow that one through with a full pass down to the 8th mile. Still got a lot of hope, though, for the remaining Pro Mods that are sitting back here in the staging lanes. Fire up a Mustang over here, driven by Ryan Griffin out of Olympia, Washington. We'll move into the water box. So the turbocharged Ford Mustang going to complete the burnout, and we'll get sent to back it up towards the start line on another single hit here, TCS side. Last minute adjustments taking place here as Ryan Griffin will make those final checks with the crew. You can see the adjustments being done to the wheelie bar post burnout. Latches sealed. We should be good to go. As Griffin will now slowly inch his way forward towards the stage beams. Well, it started well, but the car immediately made a hard turn towards the center line. Had to back out of the throttle. Got back into it, though, and tried to rush through it. Ends up clocking in a 4.602 with a 1 at 166 miles an hour down at the 8th. Far cry from the full pulls it was making last night, but definitely still a respectable run in comparison to Dudas, where he shook the tires right out of the hitch. Now we get to a car that is quite familiar to longtime runners here of Mission Raceway Park. Eric Horvath brings up the Pontiac Firebird, racing all the way out from Kelowna. Tommy Gunn's Barbershop in RXN sported on that car, sporting a 521 cubic inch Pontiac motor underneath the hood. So Eric Horvath will back up from the burnout, the long smoky burnout, stopping just shy of the 330 foot. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman to the rear of staging to be laddered. Vancouver car wrap Sportsman, we need you to the back of staging to be laddered. As the Pontiac Firebird slowly pushes its way forward. Flicks on the pre-stage bulbs. Oh, heads up, and he is into the wall on the right-hand side. Back to the left. Folks, stay where you're at. Stay where you're at. Safety crews are rolling. Nobody go to that end of the racetrack, as we got all of our safety crews on the way. Folks, stay where you are. Stay clear of the incident and let the safety crews do their work.
Just want to make another announcement, an emphatic announcement. If you are not a part of the car, please do not participate in the activity that is happening there. We need as few people there as possible, only the people who are authorized to be there. Everyone else, please remain in your seats. So attention in the pits. If Steve is around, Steve, we need you to get to the forklift, please. Steve, if you are within earshot, we need you to get to the forklift, please. For all of you race fans, just a heads up, we're obviously going to be a few minutes in dealing with this situation, and we'll have to realign the wall once most of the people are gone. And so you do have a few minutes if you need to grab a bite to eat or get some water or just stretch your legs. Yeah, there will be a few minutes, and one of us, Nolan or I, will certainly give you plenty of time, a heads up to get back into the stands, as we do have a lot more racing to take care of here today. But being as we're down, if you need to take care of some business, stretch your legs, this would be a good time to do that. Visit the Half Track Snack Shack or the Pro Shop or all the many merch vendors in the pit area. There is lots to see and do in the pits right about now. Go check out the Top Fuel Harley pit area. And after that great run from Nate Gagnon, 6:49, that is a stellar pass on two wheels with Top Fuel Harley. Take a look at what that crew has got going. And all the junior dragsters, when you get up close and personal with the junior dragsters, you get to see all of the detail work that goes into what those cars are like. You don't see a lot of that when you're sitting in the stands, but when you get up close, you can just see how much time and attention is spent on making the cars not only go fast, but look pretty too.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. This is our second call for Sportsman to the lanes to be laddered. Sportsman, we need you to the lanes to be laddered. So we're still awaiting for any further updates on Eric Horvath's condition, but his car has since been cleared away from the racetrack, and our track cleanup repairs and operations are now in full swing. So we'll continue to provide you with any updates as we receive them. But at this point, we are still looking like we will be down for a good little bit here. So if you need to get up and stretch your legs, now might be a good time to do so. So good news in regards to the crash that we've just had about the 330 foot to the 8th mile mark. Eric Horvath is okay, so he has been declared okay by the medical staff. So put your hands together for that whole team, and it is of course great news. You love to hear when it has a happy resolution like that. It's as Cole said last night after Steve Skokin's incident, you can always replace a car, not so much a driver. So we're glad that Eric Horvath's okay. We'll continue with track operations, and we should be back up and running shortly. So you can see on the big screen, the car got out of the groove and took a hard shot into the right side wall and likely broke the steering as he fired right back across the track and body slammed the left side wall as well. It's a couple heavy impacts, and it's really the second one where the car fires back that's always the big concern. You know, a side slap, it's all well and good. The wall, you can see buckling as it takes the force of the impact, but it's this secondary one here where some of that concern comes in. It's at a much more acute angle, and when the wall doesn't move, that means all that force is going right back into the car, but it's a big testament to the safety that these pro-modified cars run under, and you can tell it's a well put together car when it can keep a driver safe like that and they can walk away without any injuries from a couple of heavy hits like that. It's something that even about 20-30 years ago, it might not have been the same story even at such an early point on the racetrack.
So just want to give everybody a heads up as you are making your way around the pit area. The cleanup is just about done. We are just a few minutes away from getting back into racing action here. So if you feel like now's the time to head back into the stands, that would not be a bad decision. The tractors are just making a couple of more rotations to clear off any debris. And so we'll be back into racing action here very, very shortly. Attention in the pits, Emma Debris Coos. Emma Debris Coos, we need you back in the tower. We found your trophy. Hooray! That's right. We found your trophy, Emma. So come on back to the tower, and we'll be happy to present it to you.
So as the last of the track prep is underway for after that nasty incident that we had about half track. You can see the ladder for the Golf and Fraser Limited Street category up on the big screen and on your streams down at home. Chris McGraw will be racing against Max Nielsen for the final, and this was a race that we saw coming for a little while now, and this is one that we've been waiting on since last night when we didn't get to finish our West Coast Outlaws program. They are the next pass up, so those two will go head-to-head, and I believe it's a pair of Mustangs, one old and one new, so we'll see which one of those will come out on top in your Golf and Fraser Limited Street ladder. Chris McGraw has had to fight past Bobby Ehlers, past Justin Gibson, and then got that bye run to auto his way into the finals. It wasn't as an easy run for Max Nielsen, as Nielsen had the bye run for the first round. That's all well and good, but then he had to race not only Jason Gibson, but Vanessa Richards. And Vanessa Richards, for those unaware, is a titan here in the limited street category. It is very rare that we do not see Vanessa Richards in the final. In fact, she completely wiped the floor with the field in Door Wars 11 earlier in the season, took the #1 qualifier by a handsome margin, and drove all the way through and straight to victory lane. So the fact that Nielsen able to knock out Richards to go up against McGraw, it's no small feat, so we'll see if he'll be able to do one better and face off against McGraw. Spray is done. Cars are fired up. We're going to get set to go racing for this, the final pass in Limited Street. Chris McGraw brings it up in the Mustang Fox body for the flipper over here, TCS side. Max Nielsen in his own 97 Mustang over the Lordco side. So McGraw and Nielsen, which one of them takes home the final run? As interesting enough, McGraw being backed all the way back up to the water box, might be making a secondary attempt at a burnout here. Had a bit of a soft burnout that first pass through. Not something his crew chief is happy with, so he's going to light him up again. Take two. Second time's the charm. I mean, hey, Nielsen had to back all the way up from way back at the, or way up at the 60 foot, so may as well. He got the time to burn. And some extra rubber to burn as well, as now both cars bump forward towards the staging beams. Nielsen is pre-staged, as is McGraw. You hear the turbos start to spool up. Oh, and McGraw goes up in the tire smoke, and Max Nielsen rips through with no competition behind. He will lock out the Gulf and Fraser Limited Street category after taking the #1 qualifying spot. So with Max Nielsen able to go through, we're going to make a special call. Attention in the pits as you observe your limited street ladder. Attention no box runners from last night. John Van Capel, Dustin Hunter, Mark Bresinger, Sean Langley, Lorenz Schwartz, and Derek Johnstone. We are doing a special photo in the winner's circle with one big check, hopefully with the 6 of you down there, since you are splitting, of course, the prize pool. So if you want to be involved in this big group photo with your big check, you can swing on down to the Lordco Auto Parts winner's circle, and we'll get somebody down there to get yourself sorted. Dan Rodrigue brings it up for a final test stage here in the Boo Malibu for Ken Specialty Auto, Milbron Truck Body, and Color Compass Corporation. He found himself eliminated in competition just last night, a few passes away from when we had to end up shut things down due to the time constraints we were under. So just making one more consolation hit here in this one, as he'll look forward to next time then when he returns, hopefully, for Outlaw 275 in the West Coast Outlaw shootout. Full pull for Dan Rodriguez. He'll run it out the back door. 4:59 with a 2 at 156 miles an hour. And I believe that takes us now into your Jerry's OK Tire Real Street Final. Rob Monroe Sr. brings it up. TCS side of the 1931 Ford Model A. He'll be facing off against Picariello. Both cars waiting patiently on the staging beams here as we get set for the final quarter mile pass of the West Coast Outlaw program. Two green lights, Real Picariello trying to keep it out in front of Rob Monroe Sr., the Model A, chasing down the Chevy Bel Air, and at the quarter mile, win goes to Picariello, outlasting Rob Monroe Sr. He takes the win in Jerry's OK Tire Real Street. What a win for Picariello, able to lock out the Jerry's OK Tire Real Street program and takes the Bel Air stainless steel Chevy into victory lane, knocking out the last Real Street winner we had here back in Door Wars 11. And well, that will roll us right back into Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket.
Thank you, Nolan. Thank you. Yes, we are going to head into Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. And we'll make the call for Super Pro to the lanes, please. Super Pro, we need you in the lanes. This is your call. Bring them up. Super Pro. First pair then in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket will be Jim Benke and Daryl Tippy. Daryl over on the Lordco side. Chevy 2 leaves first by just a tiny bit. Wheels up for Jim Benke as usual. While we're making the call, we'll put Hot Rod on standby as well. Hot Rod, you're on standby as the win light comes on for Jim Benke over Daryl Tippy. Jim having a 003 light, so getting that round win in Pro Bracket. 003 reaction time. 10:20 at 122 miles an hour as Rob Monroe and Rich Dyes roll up to the stage beams. Oh, Rich Dyes not able to keep the car in the beams and rolls through for a red light. Rob Monroe, your winner. That's Rob Monroe Jr., so he runs it out the back door, going under the dial, but that's okay on that kind of a run, that situation. 10:70 at 122 miles an hour. Rob Monroe from Surrey advancing to the next round. Here comes Aiden Katnick and Grant Gordon. Aiden driving that GT 500 Mustang, and Grant Gordon, the Dodge Dart. Handicap going to the Dart over on the Lordco lane. Aiden waiting patiently before hitting the gas and heading down to try to get around the Dodge. not able to do it as Grant Gordon goes 12:27 for the win. 105 miles an hour. 10:88 for Aiden at 129, but not enough to advance into the next round. Here comes Dennis Winton now and Cassie Tippy. So Dad's out. Cassie has a chance to keep the name alive. 11:79 against an 11:80. So basically heads up here between these two competitors. So reaction time's definitely going to come into play in this pair. Win light comes on for Dennis Winton, 11:88. 11:88, and that was a wild one because Cassie had a perfect reaction time. 2 10,000ths off, actually. Trip, zip, and did not win because she ran 3/10. So 11:88 for Dennis Winton, though. And he is going into the next round. Walter Johnson and James Dobson. So Walter goes red. Wind light comes on for Dobson in his Camaro. 1068 at 125 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Loren Schwartz and Ross Walker. Lorenz is in the 83 Monte Carlo, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop. Race of Champions and King of the Track winner in 2022. So let's see how he does in this pairing against Ross Walker in his Chevy 2. Lorenz getting a very tiny handicap start. Will it pay off at the top end? No, it does not. Ross Walker goes 10:15 for the win. 130 miles an hour, margin of victory 0.04 of a second. So it was tight. It was a squeaker. Sean Langley now and Richard Love roll up. Sean from Linden in the Mach 1 and Richard in the S10. Red light start for Richard Love, the Soyuz driver. Not going to be happy with that. He sees the wind light over for Sean. And the Linden runner is going to be quite happy advancing into the next round with a 12:05, 111 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson now and Dylan Scott. Veronica, here tower side, 69 Dodge Dart. 2019 King of the Track winner, 2017 Sportsman champion. Wanting to get more points here. Dylan Scott going red in an effort to try and stop Veronica, but not going to happen. Dylan red, he's out of here as Veronica Hodgson will take the Dart to a 12:46. 12:46 at 108 miles an hour. Here comes Bryce Lowe now and Dustin Brewington. Dustin in the black Camaro. Lordco Lane. Home is Kennewick, Washington for Dustin. Got 408 cubic inches under the hood of that Camaro. And he's waiting for his dial-in to show up on the scoreboard. 10:39 is what's on the window. Bryce Lowe here from Langley in the Buick. The black Buick dialed in at 11:81. So tower side will be leaving the start line first here in this particular pair. So Dustin turns on the red light and Bryce gets the green light. Yeah, Dustin went 7 10,000ths red. 7 10,000ths red. And he's out of here. Bryce Lowe goes 11.79 at 116 miles per hour. And his reaction time was 001. That's mighty fine. 001 reaction time. Derek Johnstone and Rich Ray now. Derek Johnstone dialed in at 13:20. Rich Ray at 12:09. Wind light comes on for Rich Ray, 12:14. 12:14 at 98 miles an hour. Super Shifters, bring them up to 5 and 6, please. Super Shifters, bring them up to 5 and 6. And Super Combo, 3 and 4. We need you in 3 and 4. Super Shifters, 5 and 6. Super Combo, 3 and 4, please. So by run here for Nick Douglas, and he knows it. So he just turns on the red light to cut that tree as close as he possibly can. Douglas will run it out to an 11.93 at 111 miles an hour. As we are in Sportsman. Sportsman now with Scott Wilson in his 81 Chevy wagon. Charlie Brown, it's cold. That's the name. It says so right here on my screen. I keep mentioning this. If you're a fan of station wagons, there's a great documentary on one of the streaming channels all about wagons. Station wagons, how some people love them and keep them and preserve them and live in them, and how others don't. Scott Wilson, I got a sense he likes them. He likes them a lot. 81 Chevy wagon, he goes 12.62 at 109 miles an hour. So we continue on in Sportsman. Sylvia Hoogston and Colin Moore. Hoogston from Maple Ridge. She is a property manager there. 66 Ford Mustang. 302. And Colin Moore. Colin Moore goes red in his Pontiac, and so Sylvia gets the green light to advance into the next round. $12.74, 12.74 seconds for Sylvia, 105 miles an hour. As Cody Smith and Rob Kleinbeekman. Couple of Edmonton cars here. Down for the weekend. Rob's 72 Chevelle, sponsored by Londonderry Outlaw Club. And Cody, part of the Londonderry Outlaws as well. Wind light comes on for Rob. Goes 11.79, 115 miles an hour, and takes that Chevelle into the next round of Sportsman. Jeff Holman and Wayne Douglas now. Wayne in the Dodge Dart. Ragtop. SPB Racing. And 1358 is the dial for the Dart. The pickup truck, 1970 GMC. Dialed in at 1276. Pickup truck goes red. And so that's not going to work. Not for Jeff anyway. It'll work for Wayne. Wayne goes 13.58 at 97 miles an hour for the win. And Brendan Piskachik and Sydney Jung now. Brendan driving the Ford Mustang. And Sydney, 81 Chevy Malibu. So Sydney Jung picks up the win, goes 12:19 at 96 miles an hour. Sydney advancing into round number 3. So we talked a little bit earlier in the morning about how we want you to make your dial-in large and legible, and Nick Douglas took me at my word, made that dial-in on his window. I don't think you can make that any more larger or legible. 11:97 is the time on the window and the scoreboard against Randy Hermson's 13:58. So Randy still getting the head start here with the handicap tree. The Oldsmobile is going to be on its way. Well, everybody's green, and that's always a good start. So we are off at the stripe. It's a win light for, wow, how about that? Nick Douglas manages to get around Randy, who went under the dial by about 0.03 of a second. 11:98 for Nick Douglas, and he will advance into the next round. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you in 1 and 2. Hot Rod, bring him up to lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod. Stephen Robert now in his 34 Chevy. The Evil Bucket, he calls it. Made it to the Race of Champions last season. And his sponsors include Pitbull Mechanical Repairs. And in the other lane, Brendan Roush. Catch 22 Camaro. Hey, while we're at it, Motorcycle, you are on standby, all right? Motorcycle, you're on standby. So the Camaro in the Lordco lane. Hot on the track. Not there first, though, as the 34 Chevy Roadster gets there with a 9:03 for the win at 135 miles an hour. The Evil Bucket advancing into the next round as we are in Super Pro now. The category Super Pro, where we've got all kinds of electronics accepted, as well as cars all running in that 7 to 11, 12-second range. Here's Kevin McNichol and Jeremy Soares. Door cars, dragsters, you name it, in the Super Pro category. Quicker and faster. Kevin McNichol from Mission, driving that 67 red Chevy. Chevy 2, sponsored by Ken's Specialty Auto, Titanium Auto Group, and Lordco Parts. He's your 2014 Super Pro champion as well. In the other lane, Jeremy Soares. Soares Transport and Hot Shots sponsoring that dragster. So McNichol, 1020 on the tree. That's the dial-in against a 737 for the dragster. So patient, wait. Well, Kevin was trying to chop down the tree and took too much. Went red. Dragster goes 739 for the win. 739 on a 737 dial. 180 miles an hour. And here comes Wes Vath in his 83 Pontiac Firebird on the Lordco side of the racetrack. That's the spectator side. Mike Stewart over here in the Chevy 2. Stewart's the former winner of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Calls it the Super Chicklet. Sponsored by Bucky's Mini Excavating. 10:02 is the dial-in time against Wes Vath's quicker 9:60. Vath sponsored by the Acumen Machine Shop, Cal Tire, and Associated Tire. This is his 13th year of racing, and it is going to be tight at the line with a win for Mike Stewart, 10:07. Done on the reaction time again, 004 reaction time for Mike Stewart against a reaction time that was not quite there. Super Combo, we have called you to the lanes, please. Super Combo, we need you in the lanes. You have been called as Jeff Bell and Emily Gerard get set for their pairing here. So pre-staging, taking a long time to break into the stage beams is Jeff Bell and Emily Gerard. Oh, and Emily not able to hold the car and has a problem. So they were on the start line for a long time, and I think that might have had something to do with Emily not quite getting the car to work properly. Hey, attention in the pits. We're calling motorcycles. The lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle. We need you in 5 and 6, please. 5 and 6 for motorcycle. And juniors, you are on standby. So win light goes on for Jeff Bell in his 76 Dodge. 963 he ran, and that brings up Kim Jonkind and Keith Peterson here. Keith driving the Super Gas Roadster Mustang, the green Mustang over on the spectator side. 990 car. 830 is the dial for Kim in the Dragster. So Keith leaves. Kim leaves. Keith's off the gas, and so something happened to Kim, and Keith is going to take the win. 991 as his day continues to be successful. 156 miles an hour for Keith as problems beset Kim Jonkind, and she was off the gas at the 8th mile. So here comes Craig Johnson now and Martin Rochelle. Craig out of Langley in the 84 Oldsmobile, Johnson's custom exhaust. And Martin Rochelle out of Surrey, Johnson's custom exhaust getting the handicap start. And great reaction times for both drivers. Win light for Martin Rochelle. Wow, the slowest reaction time was 008. And Craig had a 007, so Martin picks up the win, running 126 miles an hour at 1089. Great reaction times from both drivers, making it a race at the finish line. The margin of victory, though, was about 1/100th of a second. Attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. We're giving you a 20-minute standby call. 20-minute standby call as we watch Jan Christensen experiencing a technical issue, not able to back up after the burnout and getting pushed back. Super Shifters, presented by McLeod Racing, your number one stop in drivetrain components, from single and twin disc clutch kits, Tremec transmissions, steel and aluminum flywheels, and more. You find what your hot rod wants. From the street to the strip, McLeod Racing is your one-stop shop for all things in the drivetrain. Check out McLeodRacing.com and become McLeod equipped today. So this is a pass that will determine who gets into the final, and it's going to be Andrew Camello, who has been popping and banging his way through the lanes this day, and Terry Hoogston in that VW Carmen Gia. So the dial-in was 12 flat for both cars. With the win light coming on for Andrew out of Edmonton. Goes 12:01 at 106 miles an hour. And here is Jamie Roth and Alf Weeb. Alf in the Buick over here, car that typically runs in C stock. The handicap start over Jamie Roth. They shift their way down track. Roth, a former champion, and comes up the winner here in this pair, 10-11 at 130 miles an hour. 10-11 at 130 miles per hour. And that brings up the Chevy Camaro of John DePork. So John goes 10.40 at 128 miles an hour.
So what happens now with the...
Here we go. We roll into the hot rod category where you are running 750 and slower. All vehicles have to be 1969 or older, and certainly no electronics accepted because they're old school. That is hot rod. And we start with Steve Wilson and John Van Capel. All the way down from Quesnel, actually. So attention in the pits. Juniors, we need juniors to the lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and Junior Street 5 and 6. So Steve Wilson picks up the win in the Mooch. Goes 10.42 for that win, 118 miles an hour. Against John Van Capel's 981. So Steve Wilson advancing. In hot rod is Don Almas and Jordan Almas. A couple of runners from Enderby, Dodge Dart, and Plymouth Cuda. It's the Cuda that's coming out on top, 913, 149 miles an hour for Jordan to advance into the next round. And now comes Larry Rodenizer and Rob Hodgson. So Rob Hodgson's dialed in at 1075, getting the handicap here over Larry Rodenizer's 948. Got the 46 yellow Ford sitting patiently on the start line, while that 67 Plymouth gets a big head start. At the top end, it is a win for Larry Rodenizer, 952, 131 miles an hour. And here comes Rob Monroe Jr. and Daryl Tippy. Rob Monroe in the 69 Acadian that he and his dad built with their own hands. It was a pile of junk, they said, when they brought it home. It's a pretty formidable race car now, as he got just a tiny bit of a handicap start over Daryl Tippy. But it is Daryl that gets the win, 1085, 118 miles an hour. And here comes Jim Benke now and John Sayer. John driving his 68 Dodge Dart. Frankenstein Speed and Customs, he says, is the sponsorship behind that Dodge Dart. I'm not sure how legit that is. Jim Benke way up in the air like usual in the Cuda. It will be at the stripe, a win for Jim Benke. 1015 on a 1014 dial. Goes 124 miles an hour. Wayne Douglas. So Wayne Douglas goes 1361. That's 97 miles an hour. And that is going to bring up Randy Hermson and Jamie Wellwood. See a sizable handicap start here, as Randy's going to be up against that little 32 Bantam Altered. The Altered's dialed in with an 817 on the scoreboard. 1348 for the 58 Oldsmobile. So Randy's going to be way out some distance before Jamie gets the green light. And Randy wanted to take full advantage of the tree, but he chopped off a little bit more than he should have and went red. 8:13 for Jamie to advance into the next round. Jamie Wellwood picking up the win there at 158 miles an hour in the Altered. And Brad Owens now and Sean Langley. Brad Owens out of Bellingham in the 55 Chevy, and Sean Langley, Lyndon, Washington. So battle of some of our Canadian or American competitors. 2023 Pacific Raceway Sportsman track champ. That's Sean Langley leaving the line right now. And here comes Brad. Brad's going to get it. Goes 974 to 134 miles an hour as they both go under. Brad a little bit closer to his dial of 975, and so he picks up the win. And that takes us into Super Combo. In the Super Combo category, it's all index racing, so 1090 is the index you see on the scoreboard for these two. That is the target for this class. All these cars can, of course, run quicker than 1090, and the goal is, by taking power out of the car after the launch, that you tame it down just a little bit. You bring the throttle back in, so and if you've timed it all right, you get as close to 1090 as possible. Well, a 1094 beats a 1087 in this case, and Jerry Epp takes out Dan Parsons, running that 1094 at 150 miles per hour. Super Combo, very tricky, lots of psychology at work as well as electronics, so it is pretty tricky. Mark Downing here, 1090. Keith Peterson, because this is a combo class, he's in the Super Gas category, so his index is 990. And again, reaction time is everything in this racing as well. You want to be as close to perfect as possible. And in this particular case, the winner is Keith Peterson, 990 with a 7. So dead on his dial with a 7. And he is off the dial by only 7 thousandths of a second, whereas Mark Downing went under. Mark had a reaction time of 004 and went under. So that didn't help him at all. Martin Rochelle then. Just breaking the beams here. That is the prerogative of drivers with a bye run, where you have a strong field or a crowded field. If you're on a bye run, you do have to break the beam, basically take the tree, and then you can take it back and not necessarily do any damage to the parts, and save it for the next round.
So we get set to roll back into Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycles as we will continue to gradually march our way through this final day here on the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend. At this point, 6 bikes remain in competition. Jody Brickwood burning out right alongside Wild Bill. Para Kawasaki's getting set to hightail it down the racetrack. Both riders have those pre-stage bulbs lit up. And away we go, but Wild Bill getting out of the groove, close to the center line, wrestles it back in, trying to power through. Here comes Brickwood, and Brickwood able to make the pass up at the quarter mile, will move into the semifinals. Bringing up Tom Turand in the Daytona Motorsports GSXR Suzuki. Going up against the biker, dialed in at a 10-20 over in that Lordco lane. As we got another pair of green lights, but you can already tell which one of them had the better time as Turan out in front by the 1,000th, and he'll stay out in front of the quarter. Turan taking that one by a country mile, won that one well on the starting tree. As that brings up Daryl Storzuk for the world leader in automotive water and air leaks and wind noise repair Leak Pro Suzuki to face off against Alamon in the Thrifty Machine Shop Kawasaki. Storzuk turns on the red light, and Alamon will move through into the next round of competition. So Omond is through and into the semifinals. And believe that closes up Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles. We roll back to Peden Industries Junior Street for the semis. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes for your next round of eliminations. That is Doorslammers back to the lanes for your next round of eliminations. James McNeil, the next driver to try to go up on what can only be described as complete and utter domination for Zapstrap Racing in the Chevy 1500 for Tyler Smith. So many have gone up against him, and so far, none have managed to score a win against him. Smith has the handicap advantage, an 1142 to a 1010 dial. And James McNeil goes red. Tyler Smith is the one to move on. You know, when you get this many passes, Jerry, I think you get to the point where you wonder, does he have a laser pointing at the other driver's eyes to blind them from seeing the tree? Almost every time he's been up today, it's been a red light against him. So now the big question is, who's going to face off against him? Will it be Peterson or will it be Jack Johnston? Jack Johnston will be the one to move through into the next round as Richard Peterson will turn on the red light by 0.06 of a second. So Tyler Smith will face off against Jack Johnston in the final.
Attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. We need you to the lanes. We need you to the lanes. And we need you in the lanes, Canada West Doorslammers. And that means Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. But Doorslammers, we need you to the lanes, please.
You see on the big screen your current Peden Industries Junior Street ladder throughout the course of today. It was a 7-car field, and you can see the pairing that are going to be facing off when we get down in the round to that final pass later on in the evening here as the time has clicked over just past 5 o'clock in the evening. The sun starting to set, casting a more yellowish hue over the titanium strip of Mission Raceway Park, ruining the aesthetic of our brand new blue and black color scheme.
There you go. What can you do, eh? I mean, how? Peden Industries, providing professional excavation services throughout the Lower Mainland since 1969. We want to thank them for their sponsorship of the Junior Dragster program, Junior Street program. So, big thank you. Check them out, pedenindustries.ca, as we get things underway here in Junior Dragster. And we kick things off with Adam Katnick. Adam gets the bye. Still puts a dial on the board, 906. And so TK Performance sponsoring Adam, of course, that's the family. So we are in Junior Thunder, the slower of the two junior categories. Adam goes 9:07 at 72 miles an hour at the 8th mile. 72 miles an hour, 9:07. It's going to bring up a family rivalry here of the Green brothers. And it's going to be Nate, and it's going to be Jack. Nate Green over here, tower side. Jack Green over on the spectator side. So Nate Green dialed in at 1099. Jack Green, 1410. I mean, you really want this kind of a pairing to be the final run of the day, where one of you is going to be in the winner's circle. But it doesn't always work out that way on paper either. So here we are. Nate Green and Jack Green, one of them will be advancing into the next round. Who will it be? Nate's the quicker of the two, dialed in at 1099. That's the car on the spectator side. Or, sorry, on the tower side. On the spectator side is Jack Green. And Jack is dialed in at 1410. So he gets the handicap start. What's good is they're both green, and I mean that on the tree. So away they go to the 8th, and the win light comes on for Nate, 11:08 on a 1099 dial, 11:08 at 56 miles an hour. So Jack is now out of competition. Nate's still in. And here's the third Green brother, Alex. He has the opportunity to stay in as well, but he's got some stiff competition here from Hunter Thompson. Hunter's a quick car. Alex will have the handicap start here, 12:10 against Hunter Thompson's 896. So Justin Bond doing the tuning for Hunter Thompson says that sounds good. That's good. Gives him the hand signal to go ahead and stage it up. Hunter staged. Alex is in. The handicap will come down for Alex, and he is off the line. So once again, no red lights to contend with here at the start line. It is going to be decided at the stripe who is closer to the dial-in without breaking out, and it's Alex. Goes 12:14. 12:14 at 52 miles an hour. Hunter Thompson goes 9:02 at 73, but it is Alex that will advance. So 2 of the 3 Green brothers advancing into the next round as Bentley Johnson and Ashton Katnick roll up. Now, one of the Katnicks has already advanced. So will we see Ashton take out Bentley, or will it be the reverse of that? Ashton gets the handicap here. 12 flat against an 895 for Bentley out of Mission, sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop and Lucas Oil. Great paint jobs on both these junior dragsters as they get set for their elimination round here. Bentley is in, and away we go. Tree comes down for Ashton. Here comes the tree for Bentley, who goes red. So it is going to be 2 Katnicks in the next round. Bentley Johnson turning on the red light, but 12:13. Good for Ashton on a 12 flat dial to advance into the next round. And here comes Connor Jackson. Connor Jackson. In the other lane, April Bond from Mission. Now April dialed in at 9:02. Connor at 8:90. So Connor Jackson from Abbotsford, April Bond from Mission, JBS Equipment sponsoring April, and Connor, TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, and Lordco. Handicap will go to April, but it's a small handicap, so we'll have to make sure and avoid any red lights as they want to take advantage of all the tree has to offer, and it'll be a win light for April. 9:12 at 69 miles an hour for April Bond to advance. Hey, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket, we need you to the rear of staging. And Sportsman, please stand by. Sportsman, you are standing by, but Pro, we need you to the rear of staging right now. This is your call. So that is going to do it for Junior Thunder. We roll into Junior Lightning. So Lincoln Shirk and Nick Bond. Lincoln here on the tower side, Nick over on the spectator side. Lincoln sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, of course. That's his dad. Along with Rad Torque, JBS, and JS Power Sports. Nick Bond, sponsored by JBS, of course. This is going to be a heads-up race. They've got 798 on the leaderboard for both of them, so it is heads up. These are 2 evenly matched teams, 2 evenly matched cars, And we're going to see who cuts a better tree and who sticks as close as possible to the dial-in. 798. Lots of ways that you could not win this round. Takes a lot to do everything right. And so we'll see how Lincoln Shirk and Nick Bond fare as both teams getting that RPM set just where the crew member wants it to be. And they get the signal to roll into the stage beams and get set for their run. So nobody's supposed to go faster than 798. And everyone wants a perfect reaction time. Let's see how that works out. They are staging ever so carefully. Nice and shallow for Lincoln, just blinking the bulb ever so lightly. Tree comes down. And they are off and running to the 8th mile with a win light for Lincoln Shirk. Goes 8:01 at 79 miles an hour. Had the slightly better reaction time, an 0:17 against an 0:54. So Lincoln Shirk moving on into the next round, 8:01 at 79 miles an hour. So Lightning continues with Colton Morin and McKenna Thompson. Colton Morin is a three-time Junior Thunder champion. Won the championship in 2018 and 2019 and 2020. He's over here on the tower side. Got a couple of Wallies from races in 2019. He's looking to pick up another one here. Drives that 2022 Mike Boss chassis car with a Huddleston motor. It was a surprise gift from his parents. In the other lane, McKenna Thompson, dialed in at 799, sponsored by JBS. Colton sponsorship includes TDS and Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS, and Rex Cox. So 798 to a 799. Virtually heads up on the Christmas tree. Red light start for McKenna Thompson. Not the way she wanted that run to go. 8:03 for Colton, though. He advances with 81 miles per hour. So Colton Morin going to the next round.
We'll close out Peden Industries Junior Dragsters, and now the finals are set for all of your junior categories. And, well, I can already see Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West Doorslammers waiting around the corner, sponsored this weekend by Greenlight Auto Sales. Looking for a vehicle but worried you won't be approved? Greenlight Auto Financing can help. With decades of experience and a large pool of lenders, their finance team has plenty of options, including in-house financing. If you have bad credit history, bankruptcies, or repossessions, Greenlight Auto Financing can still get you approved. With over 1,500 vehicles of all makes and models, they'll make the process smooth and hassle-free. Located at 7179 Horn Street in Mission, you can contact them at greenlightautofinancing.ca to get started today. And, of course, they're also sponsored throughout the year by Total Dairy Solutions, Paradise Homes Limited, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Traveland RV.
It would appear that Canada West Doorslammers are now coming around underneath the bridge for their next round of eliminations. Doorslammers, of course, presented this weekend by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, the title sponsor for the association. Winter Harbor Marina and RV present a big field of cars here this weekend. Over 40 Doorslammers on the program, and we have worked our way down with a couple of rounds of activity, and so we are going to be running them here in just a few seconds. We've got safety crew on track, just making sure that the racing surface is good at both ends. Wide range of vehicles in the Doorslammer series, and that's what makes it so exciting. Sort of like a top sportsman category, only a little bit more flexible and maybe not quite as quick. You got to be 870 or quicker to be on the ladder, and certainly there are some 6-second cars in the Doorslammer series. We have seen them here today. They are running sometimes over 200 miles per hour. I mean, the rules are fundamentally that you have to have 2 operating doors, you have to have left-hand steering, front and rear suspension, a roof, no throttle control devices permitted, and there you go. That gets you in the Canada West Doorslammer series. So we start off here this round with Terry Langdon Davies and Howie Winklehorst. Terry Langdon Davies has that black and purple 41 Willys out of Yarrow, BC, and he is dialed in at 820. Howie Winklehorst in the other lane had the 10th of a second handicap start. Manages to parlay that into a win. Goes 831 on an 830 dial, 159 miles an hour. So Howie takes the Bel Air. One more round as Adam DeYoung gets set to do battle with Andy Hatton. Andy's calling his car the Grinch because he likes to spoil the party, right? He likes to take away presents from his competition. Hence the Grinch on the hood of that green Camaro. He is also the owner of Bubba's Speed Shop, and he's dialed in at 828. So looks like Adam in the 67 Camaro is going to have a 3/10 handicap start. Sponsored by Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solutions. They are off and running. With the win light coming on for Andy Hatton, the Grinch, going one more round. Margin of victory, 1/1000th of a second. 8:36 was the time for Andy's winning run, 154 miles an hour, but the margin of victory was 0-0-1 for the 9. So, next pair, Brian Ritchie, 68 Chevelle. And if you thought Adam DeYoung's Camaro was pretty stock, well, this one's pretty swoopy. At the stripe, win light for Brian Ritchie, 809, 158 miles an hour. As Ray Rusiani completes the burnout, and Brad Powell sits in the water box, just getting ready. Brad tends to not do very long burnouts, so lets Ray do his business, his preparation. Ray based out of Kelowna, driving that yellow Chevy 2. 632 cubic inches. Chevy power under the hood. And Brad Powell, 582 cubic inches of mobility, forward motion mobility in his Chevelle. Not much of a handicap start here, only about 0.3 of a second going to Brad Powell. Brad's out of Linden, Washington. This will be tight at the top end based on reaction times, that's for sure. And it's a win light for Ray Rusiani. It's a good win, too. Margin of victory was surprisingly small. Brad Powell had a reaction time of 001, but that was not enough as he went under his dial. 8.50, he runs an 8.45, so he was under considerably, even though he had a 001 reaction time. So Ray Rusiani picking up that round win at 8.26, 164, and let's see what Mike Bedsworth and Otto Schulte are going to do here. Schulte from Black Creek in the Blue Cavalier. Loads of sponsorship for Otto. He's very good at corralling money to fund his racing venture. Associated Tire, Next Gen Hearing, and a bunch of others. He's a 12-time champion, and there's plenty of reasons for that. Mike Bedsworth, though, from Marysville, he is no slouch with the slightly quicker car, and Otto getting the handicap start, able to hang on for the win, goes 7.57 at 172 miles an hour. So Otto Schulte moving on. Hey, attention in the pits, Sportsman. We need you to the rear of staging. Sportsman, rear of staging on Super Pro, you're on standby. But Sportsman to the rear of staging, this is your call. So Tom Katnick and Scott Robinson now. Tom's out of Maple Ridge in that Metal Flake Camaro. 7:59 on the scoreboard. That's the dial-in time, 7:59. And Scott Robinson, 7:74. So who is going to be better at reading the shoe polish at the top end? That is always the question. That is shoe polish that they use on their windows. So 7:59 against the 7:74. Scott Robinson in the Beretta on the Lordco side is going to have the handicap start here. Will he be able to stay out in front of that fast-moving Camaro? Or will the Camaro get around him? Boy, they're clean and green with good leaves. Robinson stays out in front, goes 7.75, 173 miles an hour. Scott Robinson will pick up the win and advance into the next round, and that's going to take care of Canada West Doorslammer action for Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing here this Smoke, Fire, and Thunder Sunday.
If you're in the stands, I would advise you stay sitting. If you are not, I would advise you either get to the stands or get to the fence. We've got Top Fuel Harleys back for more. The semifinal round in their elimination program here on this Sunday afternoon. Firing up under the tunnel. Ron, how neat. Bringing it up first. Will face off against Nate Gagnon. One of them will face off against Jim Schellenberg in the final, who has the bye. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro back to the lanes for your next round of eliminations. How neat. Gagnon, burnouts complete. We get set to turn these bikes loose. Close to 2,000 horsepower rumbling to life. As How Neat won't leave, Gagnon going to take it easy. Shuts it off early, and How Neat is off and away. What a tough way for Ron How Neat to get knocked out of eliminations. Doesn't seem like he was fully aware that he was fully staged or that they were about to get going. So Nick Gagnon takes the freebie into the final round. He'll face off against Jim Schellenberg, getting set for his bye run in the Lordco side.
So Jim Schellenberger now fired up in the water box, and he was certainly having problems earlier, needed some parts as a racer in distress, and they gave it their all to get it on the start line and doing whatever they can to get into that final round against Nate Gagnon. So I get a sense that that is a run that's not going to happen.
A lot of fluids of some description being dumped out of the engine bay of Jim Schellenberger's Top Fuel Harley, and it's been kind of left littering now the Lordco Auto Parts lane. You can see them now using water in the water box to wash it away. Well, Steve Abessini will get sent to take it off down the quarter mile on his Pro Mod motorcycle. Well, we say Pro Mod bike loosely. I don't think it counts as a Pro Mod bike, but it's definitely quick enough to run with them.
Comes in all shapes and sizes, apparently.
You know, I always wondered, that bike is capable of hitting 180-mile-an-hour passing. He's always having to take it easy off the line, right? Otherwise, you would just pop the wheelie over backwards. If you had a wheelie bar, do you reckon you could be pushing 190, maybe 200?
Oh, I don't know. I think that having the wheelie bar might just upset the dynamics of the bike because, it changes how the tire plants itself. And so that's, I think, you're opening up a whole can of worms there.
Now, regardless, he'll launch out and run straight as a bullet down the quarter mile, logs a 7:38, and I'll talk about pushing 191 miles an hour at the quarter.
There you go. Little puff of smoke at the top end, but I don't think that was anything serious that we need to worry about.
Set to roll next at above a Speed Shop Pro bracket. You can see them hanging around in the staging lanes and now pulling themselves forward. Still 4 rounds of competition left. Over 12 cars still left to eliminate themselves on, again, a mammoth class. And we'll kick things off with Jim Benke and Nick Douglas, who will bring it up in the Lordco side.
So Nick getting the award for best dial-in indicator on that side window of his. We always talk about how we want those dial-ins to be large and legible, and he did exactly that. Nick Douglas got a 1197 on the window, and Jim Benke 1014. So Dodge Dart's going to be leaving the start line first. Sportsman track champion 2 times at Pacific Raceway, sponsored by SBB Racing, that Dodge Dart out of Washington. Off the line, and here comes Jim Benke in pursuit. 67 Cuda. Gonna get there in time. Does not. It is Nick Douglas that manages to corral a win there at 1197. Off the dial by about 7/10 thousandths of a second to the good. So he runs a 995, or sort of 1197 on an 1197 dial. So dead on at 110 miles an hour. Rob Monroe, Rich Ray heading down track, and it's a win for Rich Ray. 12:05 at 107 miles per hour. So Grant Gordon now and Sean Langley. Another Dodge Dart. We've got a lot of Dodge Darts on the property this weekend. Sponsored by 4Cycle Customs. Grant out of Surrey, and Sean Langley out of Linden, Washington, where he is a Pacific Raceway Sportsman track champion. So got wins under his belt. This one going, though, to Grant Gordon. 12:21, 108 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Veronica Hodgson and Ross Walker. So a couple of local competitors. Ross Walker in the Chevy 2, Veronica in the Dodge Dart. Stop me if you've heard me say that before. 1247 is the dial for Veronica, and Ross at 1015. So Veronica will be getting the handicap start, taking full advantage of the tree. They are both down track. Past the 8, and Ross is closing in, and gets around Veronica. 10:14 on a 10:15 dial as they both break out. Ross breaks out only by about 2 thousandths of a second. Veronica a little bit more. So 10:14 for the win for Ross Walker at 129 miles an hour. As Dennis Winton brings up the 66 Chevy Bel Air wagon to do battle against the chartreuse-colored Camaro of James Dobson. And it's a red light start for Dennis Winton. So Dennis not going any further in competition today as he turns on the red light. 10:66 good for the win for James Dobson, and his Camaro runs 126 miles per hour. And that is going to take care of Pro Bracket, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. And I see Super Pro coming around under the bridge. They are next. Super Pro, all cars running between 7 and 12 seconds. And they got all kinds of electronics. They got electronics they haven't even used yet. I'm not sure what that would be, but I'm sure that they have some. First pair is going to be Keith Peterson and Martin Rochelle. Keith recently licensed in his dad's Boss Haas Super Gasser. And that's what he's racing here today and doing quite well. He's a busy guy, as he is the promoter for West Coast Pro Mods and had his daughter in Junior Dragsters and his son in Junior Street and him in this car. And right now, Peterson's dialed in at 9. It's an index class, so 990 is the index, and Martin Rochelle, 1090. So that's the number that they're trying. Oh, sorry. They are still dialed in at those numbers. Yes, the Super Pro, interestingly enough, is still using the same combo indexes. So 1090 for Martin Rochelle is good for the win. Martin Rochelle takes the Malibu to the next round. So as we continue on in Super Pro, Jan Christensen and Jeff Bell. Square off here. Jeff Bell in the Dodge. 963 is the dial-in. Christensen racing the Dragster here, 798. So the door car from Oliver will be heading down track with a bit of a handicap. I mean, a handicap start. Wheels up launch for Jeff Bell as he heads out of there, and a couple of great reaction times from both these drivers. The slower of the two was a 004, and that's Jan Christensen for the win. 797 at 167 miles an hour. Reaction time 004. Jeff Bell had a 002, but was under the dial-in more than Jan was. So Jan taking the Dragster into the next round of Super Pro as Stephen Robert and Jeremy Soares will be next up. And again, got a 34 Chevy Roadster dialed in at 901, and Jeremy Soares in the Dragster 738. So Soares out of Terrace, BC, and Robert out of Courtney. Roadster goes in, Dragster goes in, we're set, tree comes down, and it's a red light start for the Roadster. Stephen Robert going red by 0.06 of a second. Wind light comes on for the Dragster as Jeremy Soares goes 738 at 180 miles an hour. And he will be your winner. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Super shifters. 3. We need you to the lanes. 5 and 6. Super shifters. We need you to the lanes. 5 and 6. And super combo. You need to come up in 3 and 4. Super combo. 3 and 4. So once again, Super Shifter, 5 and 6, Super Combo, 3 and 4, and motorcycles on standby. So Mike Stewart gets the bye run. So Stewart goes 10:06 at 132 miles an hour on that bye run to close out the Super Pro category. And moving right along, we go into Sportsman. And the first pair, Sylvia Hoogston and Wayne Douglas. Sylvia in the Mustang, Wayne in the Dodge Dart, and Sylvia gets the win, goes 12.8, 12.81. 12.81 at 95 miles an hour, and Scott Wilson and Sydney Jung up next. So Scott Wilson and Sydney Jung. It's Sydney that gets the win light here, 12.18 at 96 miles an hour. So Scott going too quick, breaking out, but Sydney stays under and runs at 12.18, 96 miles an hour. As Nick Douglas brings his dart to the start line. Rob Kleinbeekman in the other lane, 72 Chevelle. The white Chevelle with a dial-in of 1160 is the quicker of the two. Edmonton car, part of the Londonderry Outlaw Car Club. And they're both staged and ready to go, and tree comes down with a red light for the Edmonton car. Rob goes red, and Nick is going to advance with a win light here, running 1196 at 111 miles an hour. Should we make this announcement on moving the truck? So that
That was just now, though, right? Well, he just somebody else
that's
just came up
news to
again
me.
and asked about it, so
What, the truck announcement?
yeah.
Oh, it's news to me. I don't think we've ever made one. Attention, Steve McKenzie. Attention, Steve McKenzie. We need you to move your truck by the mini sprint tower. That is once again Steve McKenzie. Your truck is by the mini sprint tower. We need you to move it as soon as possible, please.
Hey, attention in the pit area. If you are pitted on the road course area, then you will need to move your equipment. Your trailer needs to move for this evening because they have an event tomorrow. So if you're over parked on the road course area, in the pit area, by the road course, you'll need to make a move of your trailer because they'll need that come tomorrow. So if you're still there, we'll have to move you. So we advise you to move, please. All righty. So Hot Rod is the category as Larry Rodenizer goes red in Old Yeller. He is red by a tenth, and Jordan Almas picks up the win, goes 9:08. And tension in the pits. We are calling Thunder and Lightning. Junior Thunder and Lightning, 2 lanes 1 and 2. Thunder 1, Lightning 2, and Junior Street 3 and 4, please. Next up, then, is going to be Daryl Tippy over on the spectator side, and Steve Wilson here on the tower side. I asked him, why did you call your car the Mooch? And he said it all stems from when he was putting it together, and he was mooching parts off of this person and mooching parts off of that person, and they said, hey, you got to start calling your car the Mooch because you're just mooching stuff from everybody. And so he thought, that's a great idea. What wasn't a great idea was going red. Steve Wilson turns on the red light, so Daryl Tippy is happy about that, and he will advance into the next round, goes 1074 and 124 miles an hour. So that brings up Brad Owens and Jamie Wellwood now as we continue in the hot rod category. Brad Owens in the 55 Chevy out of Bellingham, Washington. Dialed in at 972. Jamie Wellwood, 810. Pay attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, you are on standby. You're on standby, Canada West Doorslammers. So Brad Owens out of the gate first. Jamie Wellwood in the altered in pursuit and catches him. Goes 8:26 as Brad goes under the dial. Goes too quick by about 0.04 of a second. 8:26 at 145 miles an hour for Jamie Wellwood, that 32 Bantam. Advancing into the next round of Hot Rod as Jim Benke and Wayne Douglas will be next here. Benke from Mission, Wayne from Linwood. So the handicap start going to Wayne Douglas, and he'll be taking the dart out as far as he can ahead of Benke, but not good enough as they both go under. But Jim manages to keep it down to about 17 10,000ths under and gets the win. Had 10-12 on the dial, goes 10-11 with an 8. And so Jim Benke moving on into the next round of Hot Rod as Jamie Roth and John DePork will be next. So Jamie Roth, former champion in the BC Super Shifter category, and that's the category that we're in right now as he's up against John DePort. John in the Camaro. Chevy Camaro getting the slight handicap start. But at the stripe, as they shift their way down the quarter mile, it is going to be Jamie Roth who stops the clocks at a 10:08, 133 miles an hour. 10:08 for Jamie Roth to take that win as Andrew Camello rolls up with his 68 Chevy from Edmonton. That car has been popping and banging all weekend long, but here he is getting into the later stages of race day, and that seems to be working for him. I don't know whether it's running lean or whether the spark plugs are in the right order, but it's a tune-up that seems to be working. So Andrew Camello runs an 11:84 on that by run. And here comes Bryce Lowe and Grant Gordon. And it looks like it'll be a competition single, as Grant not able to make the call in his Dodge Dart. And so Bryce just going to take the tree, stage, break the beam, and then back up. And not necessarily put any more wear and tear on that Buick. Hey, attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. We need you to the lanes, please. Doorslammers to the lanes, 5 and 6. And stand by, pro bracket. So after a day of racing, we're down to semifinals here in motorcycle. .927 for Al Almond. Al runs 139 miles an hour. .927. The margin of victory 18 ten-thousandths of a second. They're pretty much even on the start line in 06 against an 03. Margin of victory or off the dial, 6,000 for Tom and 400th for Al, so it all sort of squared out. Al was quicker on the start line and had a little bit more room to play, so that margin of victory, 18 ten-thousandths, meant that Tom Tarand, if there had been another few feet, would have probably gotten around Al Omant.
All right. Junior finalists pulling up into the water box. Tyler Smith trying to go for a record 6 in a row. He's already smashed the previous record, which was 4 in a row a few weeks ago, and now trying to make that 6 in this final day of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, going up against Jack Johnston. Pair of pickups, 1133 to an 1105 Chevy 1500 versus Chevy Silverado. Will this finally be the day that Tyler Smith is dethroned, or will the reign continue? Two green lights. This one will be decided down at the 8th. Johnston trying to chase after Tyler Smith. Can he get around him? No, he can't. Tyler Smith, 6 in a row. And the lockout continues in 2023. We'll see if he can make that 7, then 8 in a row when we go racing on September 9th and 10th for the Summit ET Series. Tyler Smith cannot be stopped, and I believe with that, the bounty's just gone up by another $50. Brings us around. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket to the rear of staging. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket to the rear of staging. Stand by, Sportsman. As we roll in to Adam Katnick and Ashton Katnick. It's a family feud in the Junior Thunder Final. $9.07 for Adam over here, TCS side. $12.11 for Ashton on the Lordco side. Two green lights as Adam Katnick tries to chase down his brother. And at the 8th mile, he will get around him. Adam Katnick taking the win. And he will take the Wally on this Sunday afternoon in Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Oh, I stand corrected. We were in the semifinals. Still going for the Wally for Adam Katnick. He'll have to try to knock out April Bond. So April Bond going to be lining it on up with the bye run into the final. And that rolls us now to Alex Green and Nate Green as we set ourselves up for the semifinals. Again, Adam Katnick will have to knock out April Bond to go after that Wally and Green. Well, take your pick on which Green. We'll be getting the bye run into the final for whoever takes the win in the quarterfinals here. Pair of green lights on this one, and we hightail it towards the 8th mile, and it'll be Nate Green to knock out Alex. And that will send Nate Green into the final as he will have the bye run in the semis. With Junior Thunder in the books, we move over to Peden Industries Junior Lightning with Lincoln Shirk for Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, JBS Equipment, and JS Power Sports down. That is 796. Facing off against Colton Morin for Total Dairy Solutions, Tire Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS Equipment, and Rex Cox. The final, this one for all the marbles. Last minute adjustments going on for Shirk and Colton Morin on the starting line here before we let them take off towards that 8th mile mark to close out the final round. In Peden Industries Junior Lightning, an 8-car field exactly. We went from 8 to 4 to 2. And the pairing that face off for the Wally will be the pair that finished 1-2 in the championship in 2022. Two green lights as they both try to race towards the 8th. And at half track, give it to Lincoln Shirk, knocking out Colton Morin by 17 thousandths of a second. Lincoln Shirk takes home the Wally in Peden Industries Junior Lightning. Attention in the pits, attention into the pits. The time has come. Any drivers still in competition, back to the staging lanes. Any drivers in any class still in competition, back to the staging lanes. With our junior classes in the books, save for Thunder, which is heading into their semifinals, we will roll back around to Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo for the semifinals. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Once again, we have made that call for all drivers still in competition to the staging lanes. That is all drivers still in competition. Back to the staging lanes. Specifically, car number 6185 in Pro. We are waiting on you specifically right now. 6185 in Pro. We are waiting on you right now. Cars fire on up and we'll get set to go rolling for Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Jerry Epp will take the 1966 Ford, dialed on that Super Street Index of 1090 into the final with the bye run. Epp runs through with a 1081 on the 1090 dial, but doesn't have to worry about breaking out when you got the bye run into that final round. We'll bring up Keith Peterson and Martin Rochelle, Super Gas Mustang versus Super Street Malibu. Martin Rochelle will have a 1 second head start over that lime green Mustang over here TCS side. Both racers away on green lights. And at the quarter, oh, a breakout for Keith Peterson by 1/100th of a second. 10th thou will send Martin Rochelle into the final round. Went 1089 on the 1090 dial. And Rochelle will face off against Jerry Epp. And I hear with my special ears, Canada West Doorslammers fired on up behind the tower. As Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West Doorslammers, sponsored by Greenlight Auto Sales, bring it up and around the corner. So we roll on up Otto Schulte in the Associated Tire Next Gen here in Georgia. Straight line collision. Cavalier will face off against Howie Winklehorst in the 55 Bel Air in the quarterfinals. 6 cars remain in competition. Peregrine Bob Schulte trying to chase down the Bel Air. Top end of the racetrack gets around him, and Howie Winklehorst will find himself knocked out of competition. Otto Schulte will be moving on into the semifinals. And that brings up Ray Rusiani for the Dexy Pods Chevy 2 to race the Grinch. Andy Hatton has stolen races from many today, including Adam DeYoung, Jan Christensen, and Mark Thompson, trying to steal another one now from Rusiani. Once again, both drivers away on the green as they hightail to the quarter mile, and Rusiani will stay out in front. Only 6 now off the dial. And gets there in front of Andy Hatton. Turns on the win light, moves to the semis. Now that just leaves Scott Robinson in the 1994 Beretta over Lordco side to race against Brian Ritchie in the Ritchie Racing Engines Greenlight Auto Sales 1968 Chevelle on the TCS side. 802 Tower Lane, Spectator Lane, 773. Green lights all around as Robinson tries to chase after Ritchie, and double breakout. Scott Robinson taking the win. 14th out under the dial for Brian Ritchie, only 4th out under for Robinson. So Scott Robinson of the Beretta will move to the next round. With Winter Harbor Marine and an RV Canada West Doorslammer sponsored this weekend by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing complete, we will roll back to Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket for the quarterfinals. Nick Douglas brings up the SBB Racing Dodge Dart out in the 1199. He'll face off against Rich Ray in his own Dodge Dart out at a 1206. So it's a, sorry, that's a Malibu over on that Lordco side. I was looking down at the screen, not what's right in front of me on the racetrack. So Douglas and Ray facing off on the ever popular Dodge versus Chevy grudge match. And up to the quarter mile. Douglas will fire home on the double breakout. He will take the win. Only 12 thou under to Rich Ray's 17 thou under. And Dobson goes red on the tree. Ross Walker didn't have to worry about it as he will fire it home and work to the top end of the racetrack. Bryce Lowe will take it up next in the Buick. He'll face off against Grant Gordon, the Motorcycles Customs Incorporated Dodge. 1170 to a 1220. Oh, and another red light start for Grant Gordon. And Gordon is going to knock himself out as we set ourselves up for the semis. And do believe that will take us now back around to motorcycles. Or potentially the hot rod, depending on what I'm looking at back at the lanes there. Attention, Mr. Scott Wilson. Scott Wilson, we have your bank card with us up here in the timing tower. Scott Wilson, we have your bank card up here in the timing tower. Jordan Almas and Jim Banky will face off. The Detonators Car Club Barracuda to face off against the wheel standing Barracuda. 907 to a 1010. Something tells me a lower to the ground might be a little bit quicker in this instance. Jordan Almas turns on the red light. Banky is through into what I believe will be the final round of Hot Rod. So we bring up Daryl Tippy once again over here at TCS side, facing off with Jamie Wellwood, the altered. Haven't seen that altered out in a hot minute since since I believe last year was one of the last times I've seen that car out, save for the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags, and he's trying to punch his ticket through into the final round in Hot Rod for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder and the Bantam Altered. It is, at the moment, the fastest car and the quickest car still left in competition in Old Car Center Hot Rod. Peregrine Bulbs, Wellwood trying to chase down Daryl Tippy. Lifts near the top end, and that'll... Oh, my goodness. No, he'll get through anyway. Daryl Tippy under the dial, not by 1 thou, but by 9/10,000ths of a second. 0.0009 under. He went 10.7191 on a 1072 dial, shoving Jamie Wellwood into the final. We rolled to BC McLeod Super Shifters final round. Jamie Roth in the Comet facing off against Andrew Camello in the Londonderry Outlaws Car Club Chevrolet. 10:07 to an 11:85. Both drivers away on the green lights. Jamie Roth trying to chase after Camello for all the marbles and Super Shifters. And at the corner, Jamie Roth will move on and take home the victory. And BC McLeod Super Shifters getting around Camello by 0.08 of a second. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you are situated on the road course side of things, with your parking space, we are going to need you to move by the end of the night or you will be towed. This is not a threat. This is a promise. If you are not out of there by the end of the night, if you're situated on the road course side of things, you will be towed. We have racing on the road course taking place tomorrow, and that typically kicks off somewhere between 8:30 and 9 in the morning. So you are going to have to move by the end of the night or we are going to move you for you. And once again, while it's quiet, Mr. Scott Wilson. Scott Wilson, we have found your bank card up here in the timing tower. Scott Wilson, we have your bank card with us up here in the timing tower. Second floor, come on up and we would love to return it to you. Top Fuel Harley Final. Jim Schellenberg was due to face off against Nate Gagnon, but we saw that Schellenberg had something go awry. He was dumping a lot of fuel on the starting line of this buy run for the semis, and because of that, Nate Gagnon will get that free pass, and he'll get set to lock away the Top Fuel Harley win and Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Whoa, and a huge tank slapper right out of the gate, and he's going to abort the run as a result. Goes through, goes 928 at 170 miles an hour. But Nate Gagnon picks up the Top Fuel Harley victory with Jim Schellenberg eliminated by default. How about Steve Ebersini bringing that machine up for one final time on the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend? Pushed 191 miles an hour this last pass. See if he can go any quicker. down track like an arrow and logs in a 7:30 with a 5 at 193 miles an hour. So the speeds only increase in this final pass as Steve Abusini will finish out his night on a high for Pro Mod Motorcycles. We bring up the next pairing into Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Sylvia Hookstons will verse Sydney Jung. Semi-final round, and one of these fine women in motorsports will work their way into the Sportsman final. Two beautiful cars, blue Mustang and a sort of teal Malibu, looking to put themselves into that last round, separated by less than a second on the tree. And we're away on the green. Racing to the quarter mile, and at the top end, it'll be Sydney Jung winning this one as Sylvia Hoogstons got there first, went under the dial in doing so, broke out by 600ths. So Sydney Jung faces off against Nick Douglas in the Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman final. How about that? A 003 light on the tree for Douglas as he will take that one off towards the top end. We'll see if he can replicate that in the final round in a little while. As we move now into the Super Pro semifinals. Rad Torque Systems. Super Pro. Burnouts complete for Jeremy Soares in the Dragster. Waiting on Mike Stewart. The Super Chicklet Bucky's mini excavating Chevy 2 taking it to the Soares Transportation Hot Shot Dragster over there in the Lordco lane. Both drivers hightailing it up to the top end of the racetrack. Soares trying to get around Stewart and does so. Stewart got there first, goes under the dial by 300ths, and Jeremy Soares is into the final. Now will he face off against a door car or dragster of his own? Jan Christensen brings out the dragster over TCS side. Faces off against Martin Rochelle in the Chevy, running that Super Street Index with a 3-second advantage over Christensen. And Martin Rochelle goes red by 9 thousandths of a second. It is an all Dragster final in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Jeremy Soares will go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with Jan Christensen. Once again, we have made the call for all racers still in competition back to the lanes as quick as your cars will allow. That is all cars still in competition back to the staging lanes as fast as your vehicles will allow you to do so. Or we should specify as fast as your vehicle cooldowns will let you do so. We have a speed limit in the pits here. Don't take that too literally. I know the temptation is real. Tan to the pits. Once again, we have called anybody still in competition back to the stage lanes as quick as possible. We're going to specify Doorslammers this time around. Doorslammer semifinalists back to the lanes. Doorslammer semifinalists back to the lanes. As we roll into the Junior Thunder semifinals. As Nate Green brings it up in the TCS lane, he will move into the final. Now the question is, does he face off against Adam Katnick or April Bond? Two green lights as Katnick and Bond hightail it to the 8th mile, and Adam Katnick will move into the final round. So it is Nate Green versus Adam Katnick in the Peden Industries Junior Thunder Final. And that will end up being the last junior final we will be having on the afternoon. So with most of our classes now in the finals, let's start closing some of them out as we'll kick things off with the Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycle category. Jody Brickwood. Burns out first in the 1978 Kawasaki. Dialed out a 944 TCS side. Alamond takes the Thrifty Machine Shop Kawasaki up. Lordco side dialed out a 922. Two green lights, and boy, oh boy, one of them not something to write home about. Oman way out in front, and he will take the win. Oman winning that race on the starting line. Was only 1/10 up on the trade. Jody Brickwood over half a second. Alamon takes home the victory in Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycles. And that translates to a Wally as well for the owner of Thrifty's Machine Shop, the 15-time track champion, one step closer to making it 16. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can Shelly Monroe please report to the timing tower at your earliest convenience to see Shelby? Shelly Monroe, please report to the timing tower at your earliest convenience to come and see Shelby. Fire up behind the towers. We get set to roll back to Canada West Doorslammers for semi-final action. 3 cars remain in competition. Otto Schulte takes the Steel Cruisin' Associated Tire Next Gen here in Georgia Straight Line Collision Cavalier to face off against Scott Robinson. 751 to a 771. Robinson leaves about half a click's worth ahead of Otto Schulte. Green bulbs. Schulte trying to get out in front, and he can't do it. Scott Robinson, by way of 0.03 of a second, will move into the final. He will face off against Ray Rusiani in the Dexy Pods Chevy 2. And Rusiani only going to break the beams and back out and return back to the pits and set himself up for the final in Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West Doorslammers. Some Mustang Fox body over here, driven by Anthony Katnick over making a... Oh, sorry, Tom... Is this Tom Katnick? This might be Anthony Katnick, looking to make a test hit in the Mustang Fox body. Runs it out to the quarter mile, and we'll put down a 9:56 with the 6 at 122 miles an hour. So here we go. Old Car Center Hot Rod Final. Jim Banky taking the Rad Torque Systems, Bucky's Mini Excavating, Wheel Stand, and Barracuda to face off against the Bantam Altered. Over in the Lordco lane, Jamie Wellwood will do his darndest to try to knock Banky out of contention. And Wellwood will turn on the red bulb right when it matters the most. Jim Banky takes the victory in Old Car Center Hot Rod and will take home the Wally. So we move now to the Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo category for the final round. Keith Peterson taking the Pro Power Management, Peterson Fabrication, Stitches by Shreen, West Kills Pro Mod Mustang to face off against Martin Rochelle in the Super Street Malibu. 990 to a 1090 Super Gas versus Super Street. Two green lights. As Peterson tries to chase down Rochelle up to the quarter mile. And we'll lock it in with Keith Peterson.
I don't think it's a final yet, though. There's, I think,
Moving on, as I have been corrected again, we had the semifinal. So Jerry F still has yet to run his buy run, as we, as it turns out, are rerunning the Super Combo semifinals before we roll into the final round of the Super Combo category. So Jerry F still is among the finalists in Super Combo before we will square off. It'll be, I believe, then Keith Peterson to race Jerry F in the final round. Bryce Lowe will keep it out in front of Ross Walker, but will not be able to stay up there at the quarter. And Ross Walker will move now into the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket final round. Will face off now with the Dodge Dart for SBB Racing, driven up by Nick Douglas over here in the TCS lane. Okay, final junior final of the afternoon. And it'll be the likes of Green versus Katnick. Nate Green going for the Wally, as is Adam Katnick for TK Performance. Katnick has had to fight his way through his brother Ashton, through April Bond. Now has to try to see if he can pick off Nate Green. 1098 to a 911. Green will be leaving. About 0.02 of a second after Green. Two green lights as Nate Green deep stage the junior dragster. Katnick now in hot pursuit. Chasing them down to the 8th mile, and Adam Katnick goes under the dial, and Nate Green will take the Wally in Junior Thunder. Adam Katnick had Nate Green nailed on the tree by about 1/10 and 1/3. Got there first by 1/4 of a second, but went under by 1/2 10. So Nate Green will take the Junior Thunder Wally and smoke, fire, and thunder. Once again, we have made that call for all finalists back to the lanes. All finalists, we need you back to the stage and lanes as soon as cooldown will allow it. So all finalists, as quick as your cooldown will allow it, report back to the staging lanes. So another pairing rolls into the water box, and this time it is the Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman Final. Nick Douglas and the SBB Racing Dodge Dart lines it up. TCS side down at a 12:04. Lordco side, you've got Sidney Jung in the old stock eliminator Malibu. Dialed in at a 12:02 for Lordco Auto Parts. Two green lights, Douglas and Jung, both away and on a tear, up towards the quarter mile for the final pass of Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Quarter mile will give it up for Sidney Jung. Locks away Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman as Nick Douglas got to the line first, but goes under the dial by 7 thousandths of a second. Sidney Jung of the Malibu will take the Wally in Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Rolling around and into the water box will be Keith Peterson in the 2008 Mustang, excuse me, to face off against the 66 Mustang. So 2 different Mustangs, one from the 2000s, one from the 60s, one a Super Street Index, one a Super Gas Index. Keith Peterson and Jerry App face off in the Super Combo Final. Old versus new, hedge your bets. Two green lights. Keith Peterson trying to chase down Jerry F. Throttle stops, released, closing, and doesn't get around him, but Jerry F goes under the dial at the top end by 0.05 of a second, and Keith Peterson will take up the Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo victory by way of a breakout. Burnouts complete for the duo of dragsters. Jan Christensen brings it up TCS side out of the 794. The Jeremy Soares is 735 for the Soares Transport Hot Shot Dragster over in the Lordco lane for the Rat Torque Systems Super Pro Final. As Jeremy Soares' car lost fire for a brief moment there on the line. They have gotten the car fired back up now, though. And that turns to a comp single as Jeremy Soares unable to retain fire in the car. Jan Christensen will now be able to get the Wally and the win in Rat Torque Systems Super Pro. runs it out the back door with a 793 at 169 miles an hour. The Wally will go to Jan Christensen as Jeremy Soares lost fire on the line in the final. Heartbreak for the Soares Transportation hot shot machine as they'll have to pack it up and settle for second. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need our pro finalist, singular, back to the staging lanes. We need the other pro finalist back to the staging lanes, ASAP. Your competitor is waiting for you. Get on down to the staging lanes. You're going to be our last final here of the afternoon. Firing up the Canada West Doorslammer final back here in the staging lanes as it'll be Ray Rusiani and Scott Robinson to try to square things away. The Dexy Paws Chevy 2 dials in at an 825. Robinson dials in the Beretta at a 770. for all the marbles in Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. Sponsored this weekend by Green Light Auto Sales and Financing on what has been another record-setting Doorslammer weekend with 45 cars at the start, and it is down to 2. Peregrine Balls racing to the quarter mile, and give it up for Ray Rusiani. Taking it home, just 2 thou off of the dial. Brings it home with Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers win, outlasting Scott Robinson in the Beretta. So that leaves just one more final to run in the afternoon, the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket Final. And for the folks that have stuck around in the bleachers for this long, want to thank every one of you for taking the time to join us out here on what has been a long but a fun day here at Mission Raceway Park as we get set to close things out on a high for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder here in 2023. So here we go, final pass of the not the Door Wars, the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend here. Nick Douglas will take it up to face off against Ross Walker. The SBB Racing Sportsman, two-time track champion at Pacific Raceways, brings it up in the Dodge Dart over here, TCS side. The White Lightning Racing Chevy 2 in the Lordco side, 11.99 to the 10.12. Douglas leaves first, Walker almost 2 seconds behind. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. And here we go. As it should be, it's a race for the quarter mile. Ross Walker closing in. Double breakout goes the way of Ross Walker. Douglas gets there first, but was 800ths under. Walker only 500ths down. And Walker wins the Wally in non-electronics. And folks, that is going to close out our program for 2023's edition of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Want to thank everybody that has come on out to enjoy the awesome racing here tonight. And in fact, on Saturday, and the qualifying on Friday, the testing on Thursday. Want to thank all of the racers for coming on out to put on an amazing show. Want to once again thank Valley Tech Productions for all of the hard work that they have put in over the course of the weekend, making this as a memorable event as it has been. The Hard Knox Stunt team for their amazing performances and their routines. Want to once again put a reminder out that if you are parked on the road course side of the property, you have to be out by tonight. If you are not, you will be towed. We have racing in the morning. You have to be out of the road course section by the end of the night. Be sure to keep things tuned in on the Mission Raceway Park Facebook page for more upcoming events. Our next race will be on September 9th and 10th. And next week, we will return with the Mopac Auto Supply Street Legals on Friday night. On behalf of all the staff here at Mission Raceway Park, the Titanium Strip, thank you so much for joining us for our biggest weekend of the year. We'll see you all in the fall.